Are we online? Awesome. Good evening, everyone. The time is now 7:03 p.m., and we are here for our regularly scheduled August 3rd, 2026 meeting for the Town Council, and that's it. Okay, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, first item on the agenda is the town manager's update, so I'll pass it off to Jim.
We spoke, who holds the, and he will be soon with the proposal. I get the information. Narrow River Dredge and Wildlife Service, final permit. Fish and Wildlife Service, and questions and habitat and sand. We've continued to keep Senator has been updated. Moving along, and we're in October. It continues to operate a face, and we'd like to offer you to address this and keep it. The outdoor, if we hear otherwise, the Parks and Recs Department, Rhode Island 250, August 22nd, participating lot, and moving south along where the parade will end. Seeing some information on how to, must be from 1776, and I wish budget right now. Good evening.
Thank you. Anyone have any questions for Jim? All right, thank you, Jim. Next, we have the Town Council's update, and the one update that I have to share is on August 19th, the South County Museum will be hosting Music at the Museum. It is a picnic concert fundraiser where you'll be able to bring chairs, food, beer, wine for purchase. Children 12 and under are free. There's a $15 admission fee from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m., but it's a really tremendous cause, and it's really amazing to see the South County Museum come to life this time of year. So please consider checking out, reach out to the South County Museum, and get your tickets while you can. Anyone else have anything they'd like to add or update?
I just want to thank the town staff and the people of our town, Lions Club, for a very successful blessing of the fleet. The insurance was gotten to at the last minute for the blessing of the boats down in Galilee, so that was very successful. And I just think it's just so amazing how this town comes together to make that event organized and enjoyable for everyone. So I think I just want to say that.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, moving on to the approval of minutes. Is there a motion to approve the minutes as presented? Is there a motion to approve as presented the minutes for items B1, B2, B3, and B4?
Motion to approve B1 through B4.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. On to the open forum portion of the evening. As a reminder, comments are neither adopted nor endorsed by this body. Please be respectful when you're up to give comments, and 3 minutes will be allocated for each speaker, up to 3 minutes.
The first speaker who is signed up is Carl Wallenstein.
And please also speak on items that are not on the agenda. Sorry. Thank you.
Can you hear me now? I'm Carl Wallenstein, 13 Isle Point Road. Thank you for listening to me. I listened to a very important lecture at the library the other day about the history of the Pier Marketplace development. And I have to thank Terry Fleming and Bob Mueller for that very interesting talk. And I think there's a cautionary tale and lessons for today. What happened there is evidence where the town council lost control over the development process, turned things over to developers who then developed a plan that was not at all approved by the funding, and ended up losing us our downtown and having a number of condominiums built right at the beach, completely changing the character of that town. And the cautionary tale for today is if we're not careful about embracing development and backing development interests over the interests of resident, we could repeat the mistake. And the problem is not going to be just the pure marketplace. It's going to be the entire town. I saw a political flyer that came around from Councilwoman Donovan Yalley that was distributed to Briggs Farm. And the title of this is Bringing Affordable Housing and Strong Communities to Narragansett. And I wanted to challenge you on some of the things that you've listed there as whether they're actually promoting affordable housing. The first one is reducing unnecessary zoning restrictions. The clear weight of expert authority, not only of the Planning Board, but of the Crane Report, is that reducing the zoning restrictions will not promote affordable housing. It will result in higher priced housing that will displace middle-class people. So I don't know how you can list that. But combining that with your refusal to enforce or establish any short-term rental ordinances, or even to propose taxing as a business, as other towns, Newport and Block Island have done, of short-term rentals as a business to create a fund to fund the interests of the town is really surprising to me. The only things, when it comes to affordable housing, I think we've been asking for things for a long period of time. You finally got around to allocating some money that was raised by the state from the hotel tax and the conveyancing to some initiatives, but there's still concepts. There's been no real plan, no drawing down on the bond. The ADU, which was the state initiative, not your initiative, could help with affordable housing, but I think a number of us are worried that what will happen is the residents will move into the ADU and then lease out to students, 5 students or more, and then the summer rentals, those houses, and it will again exacerbate the affordable housing problems. You list here investing in parks and recreation. I'm not sure what that is, but I hope pickleball, it's more than pickleball. We don't really need more pickleball courts. We need more than that. You've got here investing in infrastructure
We have
and
to be
and
respectful
schools.
to all speakers and allocate 3 minutes. Thank you.
Tom Callahan.
Good evening, councilors. Just as a point of clarification.
Oh, just it's your name and address. for
Oh,
the
I'm
record.
sorry. Tom
No, that's all right.
Callahan, 26 Baltimore Avenue, here
Thank
in
you.
Narragansett. Thank you. Point of clarification with respect to tonight's agenda. There's an agenda item E3 with respect to appointing a new assistant solicitor and accepting a resignation. Will you be taking public comment at that time?
We will not be taking public comment on that, but we will be, hold on, let me just pause it for you. We will not be taking public comment as the appointment comes directly from the town council, but an explanation will be provided as to why and the rationale behind everything.
Okay, it's a break from the precedent that was set last time out, if I'm not mistaken. But, given that, let me go forward here. I support Scott Levesque's appointment as Assistant Town Councilor. Since April, he's provided thoughtful, substantive, and timely responses to the Planning Board and the Community Development staff's questions and requests for information, and in writing, no less, something Mr. Craven was reticent to do. With respect to Mr. Craven's apparent resignation, from the outset, Mr. Craven was a questionable choice. As Speaker Shikachi's chair and floor manager for the last 4 years, he aided and abetted the enactment of a torrent of housing policies that eviscerated any semblance of home rule and local zoning control. But that predisposition very likely factored into your decision to hire him. Moreover, his anger management issues were also well documented and on the public record. You opted to change solicitor and assistant solicitors at the beginning of your term. That's your prerogative. I don't know how that agreement was papered, but I'm told Craven and Associates was presented as a team with Mr. Callahan and promoted as a cost-effective approach. Each of you bears some level of responsibility for the results of inadequate due diligence and poor judgment. I apprehended the videotape of the incident in question that was recorded on the security camera behind you. Even absent the audio, Mr. Craven's behavior appears to be unambiguously aggressive, threatening, bullying, and demeaning on our dime. I can't imagine what took so long to complete the investigation. Will you provide a chronology of the key dates and steps taken to complete the investigation? Given the serious nature of the allegations involved, what steps did you take to expedite its completion? My understanding is a letter either has or will be provided to the employee who filed the complaint. If that employee provides their consent, will you agree to make it public? If not, will you, with the employee's permission, summarize the report's key findings and make them public? What are the terms of Mr. Craven's resignation? Did you secure a release from potential future litigation? Did Mr. Craven pose any conditions or receive any consideration in return for his resignation? Will you voluntarily release a copy of any correspondence documenting the resignation, or will it require another APRA request? Did you demand, and has the employee received an apology from Mr. Craven as a condition of allowing him to resign? Have you provided the requisite assurances to our employee that he or she will not be subject to retaliation and will be protected at the town's expense in the event of litigation? Other than the employee's consent, did you agree to any other limitation to the report's disclosure? Is there an NDA?
Thank
If so,
you.
why?
Thank you, Mr. Callahan. We just need to be fair for everyone at the same speaker.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Gail Scowcroft.
Gail Scowcroft, 19 Prospect Ave. Good evening. When you all ran for town council, you stressed that transparency would be central to your leadership. However, this has not manifested. Just because you've started a newsletter doesn't mean that you're disclosing your motives or your actions. Transparency is making sure that your constituents don't have to wonder or ask questions about why you're doing what you do. Tonight, I want to address the issue of Mr. Craven's resignation as assistant solicitor. You've apparently let him resign. He hasn't been present at any meetings since March. We heard from Mr. Callahan at the last meeting that there was an incident which Mr. Callahan just described again, where he aggressively threatened one of our town employees. Why didn't we hear about this from you? Why did we have to hear about it during open forum from one of our residents? There was apparently an investigation taking place. However, litigation is the only thing exempted from executive session notes per the Rhode Island Open Meetings Act, and you told us nothing. I'm grateful that Mr. Callahan shared what he knew with us. I've spoken with many residents since then who are upset at how you've handled this situation. You saw the video of Mr. Craven's behavior, yet you did not immediately take action. I heard that Mr. Tierney had to ban Mr. Craven from this building to keep everyone safe here. And that's all the authority he had. That's all he could do. Yet you continued to wait to remove Craven from his duties. Why wasn't he fired? The solicitors are at the pleasure of you, at the pleasure of the council. In fact, you easily removed our solicitor and assistant solicitor as soon as you were brought on board, and they did nothing wrong. Since the town manager took the drastic action of bearing Mr. Craven from the building, wouldn't the seriousness of this cause you to review the video footage and take action immediately? And if there were mitigating factors that caused you to delay, why weren't residents told that an investigation was underway? You gave us no explanation why Craven was missing for months. And again, we had to learn about this from Mr. Callahan. Why has Mr. Craven, the state rep that was the principal architect of the zoning laws that you're passing, given the benefit of a resignation? It appears the situation has been nicely swept under the rug, the opposite of transparency. We deserve better, as does the employee that was Mr. Craven's victim. And I certainly hope you apologize for dragging this out for as long as you have. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Vicky Board.
Vicky Board, 155 Winterberry. Over 2 weeks ago, I had asked the town manager a question that he had said he would forward to all of you. It's, like I said, 2 weeks ago that this has happened. Alex, well, my question was in regard to the Narragansett Affordable Housing Collaborative and the fact that member number 3 was due to expire on July 1st. I did receive an automated reply from Alex saying he would get back to me in a timely manner. That was about a week ago. I asked the question because I know there are many others who are waiting for the opportunity to serve on that board, me being one of them. Maybe someone can offer new light, new ideas, fresh eyes. I believe the rules are that no board member can serve more than 2 consecutive terms. I'm aware of this because the Housing Authority was told that, and therefore we had to replace all the members who were no longer eligible to be on the board. So, what can I do to have you answer me at this point? I just want to say I read this on social media, but I think it's very true. At some point, omission stops being oversight and becomes intent to deceive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mark Brady.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Okay. Can you guys hear me? Yeah. All right. Mark Brady, Fernleaf Trail. I'm going to make this quick because I have to. I went on the website for the law firm that you're going to appoint the attorney from. The first 2 praising, glowing remarks. One from the Rhode Island Builders Association, who praised them on their work against municipalities on behalf of the Rhode Island Builders. The second from a real estate investor in New York, making the same praise. This feels like the continuation of this council's appointment of builders, developers, and pro-developers as guardians of our zoning and planning. More so, this feels like a sweep it under the rug, forget what happened with the vendor you hired, handpicked, who took aggressive actions in a confrontation against one of our town employees, a woman, all right, which took you over almost 6 months, and you just let it die on the vines. You took no relative action. Due process in these matters are very clear and they're expedited. These actions by this council send a clear message to our employees, especially our female employees, and the members of our community, especially the female members of our community, with your casual, callous approach that borders on neglect. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, what? Oh. Brett Williams? Sorry, it's hard to hear with the blower in here.
Am I allowed to speak against the pickleball, or does that have to go at a different time?
No, you'll have time to speak for the you'll have 3 minutes to speak on the pickleball when we get to that item.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Al Alba. And Alex, it's the last one that's signed up.
Thank you.
Dr. Al Alba,
Oh,
24 Eagles Nest.
Sorry, hold on, Dr. Alba. I just want to confirm, because we've never had a sign brought up before. Is there any issues with signs, campaign signs whatsoever? No? All right. All
So I
set.
have a sign which was given to me by concerned residents throughout the state of Rhode Island. It says, "Our town, our vision is not the state's decision." That's very important. You have a fiduciary responsibility to uphold the law. You have the fiduciary responsibility to do what's best. You have the fiduciary duties to respect. Mr. James Durkin, I'm not going to repeat what, but he did a vulgar act towards me, and there was no consequence. Just like Mr. Craven, no consequence. You are the president. The shoulder, it fits. It's on your back. So I just don't understand this. It's reckless. And it's bad because you are setting a precedent. If what Mr. Durkin did to me could happen to anyone else, an employee here, that's a sad situation. You have not considered carrying capacity of Narragansett, and I gave this to you last week. It's the maximum population, size, and environment can sustain indefinitely without degrading the ecosystem. It is dictated by limiting factors like food, building density, how many people are living per square mile. When a population exceeds this limit, resources are depleted, causing the population to decline or crash. It's not fixed, it's dynamic. Occupancy limits are the maximum number of people allowed to live in a residential dwelling. Last year, I went on 87 Narragansett Avenue, Mr. Durkin's place, which exceeded its carrying capacity. Why don't we have a tour of that now, Mr. Durkin? And do you have any 3 people living in any one bedroom? How about unmerging and increasing floor area ratios, which you guys are pushing through? If you unmerge lots and increase the floor area ratio, you're exacerbating the local infrastructure issues because it will outpace our existing systems. These land shifts increase density, placing heavier demands on the physical and public service, water and sewer issues. We have a water supply issue. We can't bring more water into the town. There's only so much water. There's a finite amount. Traffic and roads, higher density, stormwater, unmerging lots, and building larger structures increase flood risk. You are adding fuel to the fire to the town of Narragansett. And we can see fires are being inflamed throughout the United States of America. In my opinion, it's reckless and it's a failure. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak who didn't have the opportunity to sign up? Ms. Lawler?
Jill Lawler, Sarasota Avenue. I have a brief statement, then I'd like to give the rest of my time to Mr. Callahan so he can finish his. Mine is more of a procedural question. When you were first elected, it's already been mentioned that you got rid of the former solicitors and replaced them. That was on 12/2. On 12/2, you had a motion on the agenda, which Donna made and then Jason seconded, to continue the appointments of the solicitor until January 6th. That way you would be able to interview and have a chance to advertise for the interviews. As a matter of fact, Mr. Durkin even asked Mr. Tierney if that would be enough time to gather the interview information from the advertisement. So my question is this. We're here tonight and you're going to be actually hiring another solicitor. When did you interview and when did you advertise? So there was no advertising done on this, so I'm really not quite sure how procedurally you can go through this. And I also just want to make that one extra point before Mr. Callahan comes back. When you did discuss this on January, when you made the appointment, I find it ironic that you made this appointment after 21 days of looking at interviews with solicitors. And Alex, you actually said something that is incredible. You stated that the council had extensively and reviewed and interviewed candidates for the solicitor. You did that in 2.5 hours before a town meeting. That's not soliciting. Mr. Callahan.
Thank you. Just so you are aware, this is new, and I will permit this, but just so you know, this is a special privilege. We have not normally done this, but I will give you the time.
Thank you. Mr. Craven's associate, Mr. Salitro's continuing employment provides an unwarranted and frankly outrageous financial benefit to Mr. Craven. It also raises the possibility that the Planning Board and Zoning Board could receive conflicting advice on the same application. You must remove Mr. Craven's firm's involvement in the town's business entirely. This is a difficult situation. I don't envy you. In order to begin the process of restoring public confidence in that of the town's employees in this council, you must tell us what happened, why it took so long to address it, and you must eliminate any opportunity for Mr. Craven to continue to benefit financially following his resignation. In fact, you should consider, if you haven't already, recovering whatever funds might have been paid to Mr. Craven since his effective suspension. Did Mr. Craven's end-of-session General Assembly obligations effectively create or contribute to an apparent slow walk of the investigation? Presumably, he could not afford yet another distraction that might derail the General Assembly's enactment of this year's zoning change package or potentially embarrass Speaker Shikachi while he seeks an appointment for the Rhode Island Supreme Court. In closing, I'd like to commend Mr. Tierney for immediately taking decisive action to bar Mr. Craven from the building, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who, Ms. Celebrato?
Catherine Celebrato, 48 Earls Court. When Mr. Craven was hired, I received a number of emails. Mr. Craven has a backstory. I think we all know what it was, and quite a few people were upset that he was being hired. And then he ran for Attorney General, and he stated that he had the endorsement of the Rhode Island Commission Against Domestic Violence. Come to find out that wasn't true at all. He out and out lied, and I believe at that point you should have fired him. And then we had an incident here with one of the staff members. The other thing is this. I was listening to a planning board meeting one night, and Mr. Doherty came in, and he actually limped in because he had had a serious leg injury. But he came to speak about something that wasn't really on the agenda, or may have been on the agenda for executive session, but he went on and on and on about how it was pretty much Mr. Craven had done nothing wrong because he has this matter before the planning board on Mr. Doherty. And he wasn't going to sue the planning board. He was not going to sue the planning board. He must have said that 50 times, right? And the whole thing was just unreal to me. And during the meeting, Mr. Grundy is trying to get the rest of them into executive session to get it off the record. And it was obvious something had gone wrong, something had gone on. And to me, I believe he had some kind of ex parte communication with Mr. Doherty. But putting that aside, that's just my belief from the impression. He had two strikes. He had two strikes, and you should have immediately terminated him. And here's the other thing. Why are your signs up in North Kingston next to Mr. Craven's son? Thank you.
No, I can't tell you which friends get to put out my signs and where in town. I don't know whose they're sitting next to, so thank you. I didn't even know that. Anyone else? Yes.
Good evening, councilors. Attorney Kevin Keenan on behalf of Brett Williams of 110 Clark Road. Just a procedural question. I would like to request 3 minutes for matters H1 and H2 on the agenda today to speak in addition to Mr. Williams.
Due to the number of people in attendance this evening, we're not going to permit any more additional time than the 3 minutes allocated per individual. And I do want to see how the council even has dialogue on that. In the future, if that request was made ahead of time, maybe we would have been able to plan that out a little bit more.
If I may, Mr. Town Councilor, my client has made a great deal of expense and time in getting me to come down here and be today, so as a professional courtesy, anytime you can afford me to speak either as to H1 or H2 for 3 minutes, it would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you. When we get to those items, you'll have the opportunity to come up and speak, and we'll have a consideration then. Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Moving on to item C1 is a public hearing, decision portion. No public hearing this evening. Is there a motion to schedule a public hearing on proposed changes to Section 4.5 High Water Table Limitations Overlay District of Appendix A of the Code of Ordinances entitled Zoning?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. So I think my iPad died here, but I think the proposed date, September 21st. Thank you. Let's see. So Don, I know you're not going to be here. Well, is the date okay with everyone else, and are you okay to miss that? Okay. Is everyone else good? Okay. So we will vote on September 21st, and I assume that's during the regularly scheduled meeting. Yeah. Okay. All those in favor for scheduling it on September 21st, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. On to consent agenda is item D1. Is there a motion to approve as presented consent agenda item D1?
Motion to approve?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. On to item E1. Is there a motion to discuss the year-round resident parking permit that went into effect on June 1st, 2026?
So moved.
So moved by Counselor Durkin,
Second.
seconded by Counselor Vignali. Discussion. So this was an initiative that I believe Counselor Durkin and Counselor Colonies put together and spearheaded as follow-up to a request when this was first considered and voted on. I requested to have a follow-up, just to do a check-in, a pulse to see how things were going. And that's what I'd like to know, is how is the town doing with this program so far? Any issues or concerns? And then maybe turn it over to the council to provide some additional feedback.
There were 71 completed applications, and there are 135 stickers that were issued so far, and the police department has reported no issues with it at all.
Excellent.
Excellent.
And has there been any issues regarding communication to residents or those receiving the pass regarding whereabouts in town that they can use this pass versus the assumed authority of the pass to park in other places that they really can't?
It's clearly detailed in the application and the paperwork they receive with it.
Excellent. And that was a big concern of mine, and I was really appreciative of the feedback that you provided at the time regarding the safety of emergency vehicles being able to get in and out of places, accessibility to playgrounds and other areas in town, especially in the Pierre area. But happy to report that no issues have been reported, and let's hope to keep that going. But as soon as issues, if there are any, I don't know, I want to create issues, though I seem to create issues. If there are any issues that ever do come up, please just flag them to us as soon as they do.
Certainly.
Thank you. Councilor Durkin or Colonies, do you have any questions or comments on this?
So it's just my understanding that it's moving forward and there have been no issues. I think it's a great program, and I'm looking forward to it growing and giving the residents the parking they deserve.
Excellent. Anything to add, Mr. Durkin?
Nope.
Okay. Anyone from the public have any comments or questions on this? Ms. Celebrato.
I really keep meaning to write emails. Catherine Celebrato, 48 Earls Court. My issue with this parking permit is you have to claim a homestead exemption in order to get the parking permit. And last time I looked, there were only 3,044 houses that claimed the homestead exemption. And there are a lot more houses than that that are occupied full-time. A lot of people don't take the homestead exemption who are full-time residents. I can name you 3 people right on my street. And they don't do this because a lot of times they put their houses in trust and they give the kid the house, and there's a lot of different reasons. But you have full-time residents, voting residents in this town who cannot get a parking pass because they don't claim the homestead exemption. So I think you have to look at that in some way. If somebody's a full-time resident, just because they put their house in an irrevocable trust or whatever the heck they do, I always say there must have been a sale on trust, because if you type trust in the new Northeast Reval line, hundreds of properties come up. But anyway, so again, I think there's a whole group of people that are being left out, and I think you have to address that issue. Thank you.
Mr. President?
Thank you. Yes.
That is addressed in the ordinance, and it's explained to people when they come in, but it's also explained in the ordinance that it's a homestead exemption or a year-round notarized lease with the appropriate paperwork associated with it.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Thank you for the updates, and I would like to request that we take another look at this at the end of the summer, just to do another check-in, see how everything went. On to item E2. Is there a motion to discuss and potentially take action relative to the implementation status of flock safety, license plate recognition, cameras, and video surveillance platform?
Motion to discuss.
Second.
And potentially take action.
And
Thank you.
maybe take action.
Thank you. Discussion. So, for a few months now, we've been going back and forth with some residents in town regarding the current status of the flock safety license plate recognition cameras and videos in the town. It just so happens that the South Kingstown Town Council just unanimously approved the removal of such safety cameras from the town of South Kingstown at their last meeting unanimously. And there were also issues that had been raised about the concerns from the ACLU regarding the use of such cameras in town and throughout the state. Just reporting and reading from their website, flock safety cameras can capture much information, more than just license plates. They can share data with other police departments and federal agencies across the country, creating a network of surveillance technology. And when it comes to state laws, there's currently no state laws, according to the ACLU, that protect our privacy rights, our data, our government. And you know, it's when it was shared with us that I think it was back in September of 2024, there was an initial plan to have a trial to have these in place for about a year. But then I'm not sure where in that timeline did it get renewed, but over the course of the last couple of months and speaking with residents and it being a concern regarding privacy, I agreed to consider this on the agenda this evening along with Councilor Colonies, and we thought it was an appropriate time to consider this evening, especially after the recent events over in our neighboring town of South Kingstown. I would also add that there are 4 flock cameras located around town, and I just lost my train of thought. But when it comes back to me, I'll let you know. Councilor Colonies, do you have anything that you'd like to add to this?
So the concept of the flock cameras, I understand completely, and I know that there's certainly some good that comes out of these cameras. The fears of residents about these cameras, I also understand completely. And the conversations have been many over the last couple of months regarding the flock cameras. So that's why we're having this discussion this evening.
Thank you, and I just remembered what I was going to say. Since South Kingstown removed their flock cameras, Narragansett, and I believe just North Kingstown, would be the remaining 2 cities/towns in South County that would have a flock camera surveillance system in their town. And due to the comparable lower crime rate in this town and fantastic services and protection by our police force in town, I would be interested to hear feedback from our police chief, if that is what you're planning on doing, Chief. I don't want to put you on the spot. But I also want to echo the fact that this is not in retaliation or response to any issues with the police department here in town. We've got the best men and women serving this community, and I'm honored every day to serve alongside them and to have them serving our town. This is just a response to several residents' concerns, and it just so happens to align with the same timeline as South Kingstown reviewed theirs. So,
Before we welcome the chief
Yes.
up, if I could just say a few words, Alex. Number one, I'll give you a little bit on the timeline of it. It was an agenda item on September 4th of 2024 to approve the contract for Flock. The contract was had an automatic renewal after 1 year if either party was unhappy with it with the proper notice. The department was happy with it. There was no need for it to come before the council. Like many of the contracts, they have automatic renewals, and this was just extended without any opposition. And the police department supports the program. Any technology, I believe, put in the hands of someone that is dishonest or corrupt can have an effect on how the technology is used. But as far as Flock and its use by the Narragansett Police and officers that I know from other departments, I think it's an excellent tool to help protect the public, keeping in mind that when anyone goes down to the Boone Street Market or any other restaurant in town, you're being videoed the whole time. When you walk through CVS, you're on video the whole time. Everywhere you go with your phone, you're being tracked. Police department isn't using it for that, as you know, we've been provided with the policy on how it's done. And with more than 30 years of law enforcement experience, I will tell you that I support the program 100% the way the police department runs it. Now I'd like to introduce the police chief and Captain Press to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the council. I appreciate you keeping this to just that, a discussion. I've been in contact with Flock, and they advised me they certainly would like to be involved and present with any discussions that may come forward with Flock's removal. I did speak to them, obviously, late Friday, and a few days' notice was not enough time. They need at least 2 weeks to be here to do their presentation in front of the council and the public. So I ask that you please don't rush to any decisions. Like Mr. Tierney said, a brief history. Narragansett Police started exploring Flock in 2004. It was presented by then Chief Corrigan and approved by the town council at the time. That was obviously before my time as chief and before your time as council members. I support Flock then. I support Flock now. Flock is a valuable law enforcement tool. Across Rhode Island and throughout the country, Flock systems have helped locate missing children, locate endangered adults, locate elderly individuals suffering from dementia, and locate victims of violent crime. Use of Flock has led to the recovery of stolen motor vehicles, identified suspects involved in shootings, robberies, assaults, and carjackings, and provided investigators with critical information that otherwise would not have existed. Time and time again, Flock has proven to be a valuable tool, allowing officers to solve crimes more quickly and in many cases prevent additional crimes. Unfortunately, there's been a lot of public criticism surrounding Flock of late, and that criticism has been based on misinformation. A lot of the information that people are using to discredit Flock is simply not true. It is a license plate reader. It does not have facial recognition. It does not video record. It does not show the driver. It does not show the passenger. It does not show the dog in the back seat. It reads license plates. Numerous courts all around the country have already ruled that there is absolutely no expectation of privacy from reading a license plate that is affixed to the front and rear of a vehicle for the world to see. Narragansett Police Department initially had 4 cameras located at various sites around town. Bostonic Road by the North End Fire Station, Point Judith Road by the South End Fire Station, Woodruff Ave by Citizens Bank, and by the Dillon Rotary. We now have 3 cameras. We recently had one stolen. Unfortunately, there's a national trend where opponents of Flock are vandalizing, stealing, damaging, or blocking the view of the cameras. We have already been in contact with Flock in discussion to rectify this matter. The Flock initial cost was $12,600 for the first year, $12,000 for each additional year. Flock has been paid for by forfeiture funds only. No tax dollars have been used to pay for Flock. Two installments have been paid thus far, and the third one is due in January of 2027. I am here, and Captain Prest is here, who has administered Flock since its onset, to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Chief. And really appreciate it, and we'll take that under advisement and consideration. Regarding the feedback from Flock, you said, would they be here in person potentially at a future, because I don't want to delay this.
If you're going to have a future hearing, yes, they would be here in person. They just asked if we give them at least 2 weeks' notice.
Okay. And thank you for that. I would just share, I think that, there's definite evidence that Flock cameras do serve their purpose and protect the community. I do think that in the unique situation that we find ourselves here in this town with a lower crime rate, and I certainly don't question concerns regarding surveillance and the importance of having cameras around town. I think it's just the specifics of the flock safety license plate recognition system itself that I have a problem with, which is why it's up here for consideration. But thank you for sharing that. I do appreciate all the feedback. You said Point Judith, Woodruff Ave, the Rotary. What was the first one?
Boston Neck Road by the North End Fire Station.
By the North End.
Fire Station.
Okay, thank you. All righty. Does anyone have any questions? Yes.
I do. Thank you, Chief, for being here. I'm just curious as to whether or not they can still have flock cameras on state roads, even if Narragansett were to say, we did not want them. Is the state still able to put cameras up?
I believe there have already been towns that have denied that access.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I believe there have already been towns that have denied the state's access.
So it can be denied if that's what we decided?
I believe
just
so,
wanted to know
yes.
if
I'll
there
get
was
you a
an
more
option.
definite answer.
Okay. I was reading that you can put a hit on so that you can put a specific, I guess, Jim explained to me it's like a bolo, be on the lookout for type of thing. And you could put it, so can, say, North Kingstown put a hit out on our cameras so that if they suspect that someone's driving through Narragansett, they would be able to locate that car? Is that how it works? Or does Narragansett specifically put their own hits out? Or is it intermingled that way?
We currently put our own hits out on our own system. So if we're looking for a specific car, we enter it in our agency only, so only Narragansett can see that. There is the ability for agencies to share what's called a hot list if you put a stolen car or a car suspected of a crime on that list, but we currently do not do that. We have not done that since we got the system in January of 25. I believe the first cameras were installed.
And just a couple more questions. So it said, I was reading also that the chief has in place where every 30 days that the information needs to be erased from the server. I guess that would be what it is. So does that automatically erase it from the cloud where it's initially stored, or does Flock or whoever runs that still have that information stored and just Narragansett has erased that?
Our data is cleared every 30 days from the cloud. We do not have access to it after 30 days. Flock tells us that the data is gone from their system as well. And we can also alter that if that's something that the public would want. We could change that. Some agencies retain data for 10 days, 5 days. We can alter that, but we don't have access to it after 30 days.
Okay, and just one more question, and this is, so Narragansett has a restrictions put on what they can and can't do, for instance, the 30 days. Is that unique to the individual town, or like, do we come up with our own restrictions, or is that something that's standard across all towns that operate Flock cameras?
That's the standard that was provided to us by Flock. Most agencies have that 30-day window. They say it's just a sweet spot kind of for investigations. Usually if a crime occurs, we're usually notified of it within 30 days, not past that. But that can be altered. Like I said, we can manually alter that if that's something that you would like to consider. We could change that too.
I guess what I'm trying to figure out is that there's several things on the restrictions or the policy. Is it an option for a council to be able to change those restrictions?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome.
Anyone else have any specific questions?
I have a question. This is good because I was a little bit confused on how the whole system works. We trust you guys to give us the accurate information. So the Flock camera, is there something in the license plates that allows you to see them better, or does the camera actually take the photo of the plate itself, or is it like some kind of other submission to the camera that is in the license plate nowadays?
I'm not sure exactly how that technology works, but the cameras take a picture, pretty much the back of the car as it goes by. If you guys want, I can show you some examples at some point or email them to you. It shows the back of the car with the license plate, just a still photo. There's no video or anything like that.
And like, so when a police officer is driving down the road, from what I understand, and I'm not sure about this, if you have a expired registration, that comes up in their patrol car? Is that true?
Flock will not, Flock just has the plate in the car. It has no registration status of the vehicle. It does run the plates through NCIC, which is the National Crime Information Center. So the only time we get a notification is if the car is stolen, if it's a registered sex offender, or the car's been entered by some nationwide agency for like a missing child or something like that. But it does not provide any registration status at all. And it doesn't even, it won't tell you the registered owner's license status or anything like that either.
Okay, so I'm just trying to think of what the difference is between what I think happens and you can tell me if you can't tell me, you know, if it's security or something. But I think most people think that if a police officer is in back of you and you're driving down down the road, that they, without visually seeing your license plate, there's something in the car that registers their license plate on their tablet that says if that car's unregistered. Is that true?
No.
Oh, that's not true? Okay.
No, it's not true at all.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, Chief can answer.
So every patrol vehicle is equipped with a tablet, but that has nothing to do with Flock. So an officer can write a license plate on the tablet, which they get information, but that has nothing to do with Flock.
Yeah, I didn't think it had anything to do with Flock, but
It does not.
is there another technology that we're using for the state?
Well, our cars do not read license plates. The Flock
Okay.
cameras that are around town
Got it.
have
All
the
right,
ability
well,
to read the
that's-
plates.
See, I think that's important, because I think people are confused on how all this stuff works, you know? Because I thought that police officers could read the license plate and know if your vehicle is registered or not registered. So they actually have to physically type in your registration number or something to actually...
That would be what an officer can do from his vehicle, but once again, that has nothing to do with Flock.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So it's just basically a license plate reader.
If it helps, Mr. Durkin, it's just like a school zone for speed or a for a red light camera. It simply takes a picture of the license plate.
Oh, so school zones take...
Very similar to that.
But we don't have that
We
here.
do not have any, but other towns do it. It works on the same concept. It takes a picture of the license plate and it goes from there.
Right. So we don't have that, but like North Kingstown has that, right? Yeah, yeah. Okay, and then, so the technology that sends the information to Flock, or Flock already has the information maybe that lines up with the plate, how long does Flock, and what do they do with the information? Or do we even know what they do with it? Because some people have said they sell the information, they use it, you know, who knows? I don't know. The people are just saying different things, you know?
No, to my knowledge, what I was explained when we first signed the contract was that they retain for 30 days. We own the data that's collected. After 30 days, it's gone everywhere. They told us they do not sell their data. If they do, shame on them, because they told us they don't, but it's gone after 30 days.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. I don't have any other questions, I guess.
What happens in the instance that, let's say, an investigation drags on longer than 30 days? Let's say you're looking for a car, you put in the hot license plate, and the investigation continues over 30 days.
If, say we get say a house is broken into, the people are on vacation for 30 days, they come back, my house is broken into. We have information it was 30 days ago. We cannot use flock at all for that investigation. If it's 7 days later they report it, and we have a lead on a vehicle, we can search the database for that vehicle. We can hold on to that as evidence past the 30-day period. If we already have that and we need it as evidence for a case, we can hold on to that. But if we get the information 30 days after the crime occurred, we're out of luck. We can't we can't investigate that through the license plate readers.
Okay. So when you pull something as evidence, is it solely that hit? Is it the surrounding license plates, cars, data? If you can, describe what gets pulled at that point for evidence. Could you
Yeah,
expand
let
a
me
little
give
bit?
you an example we had recently. This was in April of this year. A house was broken into on Boston Neck Road. It got reported, I believe it was a day later. It happened overnight. It was a burglary. Someone entered the house, stole several tools, several $100s worth of power tools. We got that information within 24 hours. Our detectives started investigating it. They found some other surveillance, not flock cameras. There were other surveillance cameras in the area which captured a vehicle at 2 in the morning that appeared to pull into that driveway. So we had a basic, it was a white sedan. That's all we had. We couldn't read any of the license plates, but we had this car pull in. It was in the driveway. They turned the lights off. It left 20 minutes later or so. We got this information within 24 hours. Detectives, I think, got the surveillance like maybe within a week of the crime. They put in a white sedan in the area, Boston Neck Road, at between the hours of 2 and 3 when the crime occurred, and we got a license plate off of that flock camera on Boston Neck Road by the North End Fire Station. Detectives held on to that information, obviously. At that point, they ran the license plate through NCIC, got the information for the registered owner. The registered owner was identified, and he was from out of town. Detectives did what we do. We investigated it, went up to, I think it was West Warwick, found the registered owner, interviewed him, and then he confessed that him and 2 other people broke into the house and stole the tools. But we held on to that as evidence. We had the photograph from Flock. We downloaded that to hold on to it. So after 30 days, we still have that evidence that we can use for prosecution of that case.
Got it. Thank you for the clarification there. Is it fair to say that at any given point, we have a 30-day record of every single car that's traveled into Narragansett, in and around Narragansett?
We have access to vehicles that have driven by the 3 flock cameras we have up and running.
Yes.
Within 30 days, yes.
Okay. Chief, you had said that our partnership with Flock goes back to 2004. Is that correct?
24.
2024.
Correct.
Okay.
And on your last question, Council, that information, that particular license plate we'd be looking for would have to be entered into the Flock system. So it doesn't necessarily randomly read everything. It reads if we put in a request. Like if we're looking for license plate ABC123, that would come up.
But it's still being held even if we're not trying to access it, held in a database.
It's not in Flock after 30 days, but we pulled that for the investigation for prosecution purposes.
But for that 30
It's out of the
days,
Flock system. Regardless, even if it was involved in the crime, it's out of the Flock database in 30 days.
okay. No further questions at this point.
Thank you.
I guess, again, my question comes back to the legality of it. And I'm not saying it's not illegal. Of course, I'm not. It's just the whole idea that you have the ACLU, you have a lot of concerns from residents, and just because there isn't a state law that's been written yet doesn't mean that the questions about the legality or the morality of such technology being in existence in town or the necessity of it. I don't know why the previous council found it necessary. Maybe it was a really good idea and it was like considered trending technology in a way to help preserve and protect our town. But I think knowing now what we know, I don't know if there would have been such excitement to get aboard for something that there really hasn't been a state law written yet that really kind of grounds exactly what this technology is designed for and does. The fact that there is such, this 30-day window, and I assume it's like every day, it's like a new 30-day window for the new data that's being collected. I do have concerns about the data that's collected, how it's being used in general. This isn't a reflection on the town, it's just in general a reflection on the program itself. And just because we have tremendous integrity and the best officers in this state, in this town, we all hold ourselves to the highest standards in our own ethics, and each department does a tremendous job at, advocating on their own. But because this data is shared by other cities and towns in the state, I can't necessarily say, even though we're being honest, that if every other city and town is equally being honest with how they're going about it. And I completely trust, 100%, our men and women who serve our community. It's just how this data gets shared across the cities and towns and the lack of regulation from the state level that makes me wonder, is this really a necessity to have in this town right now? And again, I think based on the low crime rate that we have in Narragansett, I don't know if it is a necessary technology to have in this town. I appreciate, everything that we've learned about this program over the last 2 years. I just don't think that I've gathered enough information to really see it being warranted to be continuing in this town. But that's just my personal opinions, and I do appreciate the honesty and the transparency and the feedback that you both have provided.
Can I just make one comment?
Sure.
There was a bill in Rhode Island that had some regulation. I was hoping it would pass. It would have helped us actually out. But for some reason it died. I think it died in the House, so it never made it. If that regulation was passed, I think it would have helped solve some of these issues.
Sure.
But, and I appreciate your kind comments regarding the police department. Regardless of the decision of the citizens and the council, we'll continue to serve as best we have, as best as we can to keep the town safe. And one other thing I can add is if you choose, we can also, right now we share with other agencies in Rhode Island. But we also have the option of not sharing anything with any agencies, period. It just takes a click of a button, and we can only use it for Narragansett involved incidents if that's something that appeals to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Could I make a few comments, Mr. President? Local police have been allowed to share data for decades. Before it was through the original teletype system, where you get a partial license plate for serious crime. You could send it across the entire country. A police officer, a dispatcher working the desk. 2 or 3 digits of a license plate, a description, and a description of the crime. I don't see it as much different. The vehicles that pass the flock camera, no one watches the videos. They're still shots. They're only checked when data is pushed. It searches the images to match the data that's put in for the suspect. Every officer's first job when doing crime is prevention, detection, and apprehension. If you're no good at prevention and detection, you're useless in apprehension. City of Providence, Emmy-nominated Court in Providence. They've been using cameras for years for traffic offenses. I've received inquiries for people asking me if I could, if you could check with the police department. I had this rude person cut me off and they flipped me the bird. We don't use it for that. We don't. I support it 100%. I think before anyone makes a decision on it, I hope that you read into it a little bit more, and I appreciate the presentation by Captain Prest and Chief Rikas. But I don't feel having my license plate on a still image. We get it when you go over the bridge. If you go over the bridge without an easy pass, if you speed through the turnstile, if you back in the day when someone was in the booth, you threw a coffee out the window. It happened back then. Still images caught the car. Police have been sharing data, partial data, on a national computer system forever. So if there's a serious crime committed, you got a partial plate, partial description of the vehicle, you throw the fishing rod out, and you send it to all your colleagues that might be within driving distance of 5-6 hours of the crime. It's a good tool. I encourage you to support it.
Can I ask one more question? I'm just curious, and since I'm just how it works. The incident and the situation you talked about where the home was broken into and at 2 o'clock in the morning, and I trying to see if I really understood Chief said that the actual license plate had to be put into the system, because I'm just wondering if that was 2 o'clock in the afternoon and you asked any white vehicle going by, there could be between 5 or 10 white vehicles. In that situation, what would you do? Would you take all those white vehicles going through in order to, so I'm just curious, like, how would that work? It just so happened it was 2 o'clock in the morning, and there's probably not a lot of traffic.
There was not a lot of traffic at that
Right.
time, yes. It depends on the information we have. Every crime is different. The way we investigate every crime is different. In that case, because it was 2 in the morning, there's not a lot of traffic on Boston Neck Road.
So in fact, you just asked for a white car. You didn't
Yes,
have
yes.
a license plate number.
We did not have the license plate number.
Okay, so that bothers me, that people can just be, now have a police officer knock on their door because a white car drove by at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and there was
Yeah, no, it was my understanding
Thank
that
you.
car matched perfectly with the, once they put the whites in and they got the plate, I believe the detectives, don't quote me on it, but they knew the make and model of the car, and that was the only one in the area at that time. So they knew who the suspect was, and that was
And
verified.
and just one more thing, I know I read in all the paperwork here too, about officers, or specific officers are trained, have training in order to use this. What does that training involve?
Yes, so I initially trained the lieutenants and detectives myself. There was an online like YouTube video course that I took with that. I taught all the lieutenants and detectives personally, and then not every officer has access to it. There's currently 17. It's sergeants, patrol lieutenants, and the detectives. So there's a little online course they got to take, and then I sat down and went over everything with them, provided them with our policy and procedures, and they were good to go.
Thank you.
Is there a mechanism to request data deletion during that 30-day window?
Repeat the question.
Is there a mechanism to request data deletion? So let's say I drive through the rotary, my license plate gets logged. I don't want it in Flock's database. Is there a method that I can request
I'm not
data
sure.
deletion?
The company would have to answer that question. I can look into it for you.
Okay. Can it be FOIA'd or anything like that?
I'll look into it, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Anyone else before opening it up to the public? All right. Oh,
Yeah, I
yes.
think so too. I like
We'll
to
open
hear
it
what the
up,
public
and
says.
if we have any other questions based on the commentary from the public, not sure how much we're going to get.
Right.
I know there's other hot items on the agenda.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Ciliberto, and we'll work our way around.
Catherine Celebrato, 48 Earls Court. I don't think you people are aware that the police department has a camera registration program. If you have a Ring camera or some other type of surveillance camera on your house, you can register with the police department. And if they say there's a crime on Earls Court, they can come to you and ask, you to look through your footage. So, I mean, this is just like one camera of this. How many cameras in this town? Probably hundreds upon hundreds, right? And they can come to you at any time and ask you, could you review your footage, because we're looking for this person or looking for that car or whatever. But bottom line is this: you can cancel this program if you want, but all you're going to do is win a skirmish, because we lost the war a long time ago. All of our information is out there. Everything in the registry, our social security numbers, everything, what we own. There is pretty much nothing that is personal anymore. There have been so many data breaches in healthcare systems, and your salary in these, I know in the state there's been a lot of breaches, the city of Providence. There have been so many breaches. Our information is out there. It's out there. we can't close the door anymore. It's over. So this is, and I'm not, believe me, I'm no cop lover, okay? I'm always saying we have too many cops. My husband's always saying we don't have enough. But anyway, so and I don't like surveillance. I don't want people taking pictures of me, and I'm outside with my pajamas on or something. I don't want it. But I think maybe in this case, the good might outweigh the bad. I mean, if you can save one kid or one elderly person or a domestic violence, victim, then why the heck wouldn't you do it? Why wouldn't you do it? And it's all who manages a system. If we have abusers in the police department, they're going to be looking up their girlfriends, where her car went. Then I see this online a lot, these cops use this system to look up their girlfriend's license plate to see where they're going. But I don't think that really happens. I just think that we should just probably continue it for, say, another year and see what happens. As far as the state police, they're going to put them on all the state roads, and we have major state roads running through this town, and I don't think you can prevent it, okay? I think they will be kind of upset, and they'll probably try to overrule you. So I'm thinking, what the heck? It's another tool. If it's not going to be abused, then why not go for it? Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kopech?
Good evening. I'm Deb Kopech, 963 Point Judith Road. I'm speaking on this issue regarding Flock. I was on the town council that authorized a one-year pilot program for the Flock security program on September 4th, 2024. The Narragansett Police Department brought in a rep from Flock to explain the program, and it's mostly, it existed to identify things like stolen vehicles or finding local individuals during an Amber Alert. The program was proposed as a local tool for the police. I left my glasses at home, so I'm having trouble reading. All data searches would be made by a member of the department, and the data gathered would be removed after 30 days, as you've heard already tonight. After being satisfied by answers to our questions, I voted along with the rest of the council to authorize a one-year pilot with a guarantee that continuation of the program be brought back to the town council for approval. That never happened, and from what I can tell, an additional two-year contract was given to Flock. I don't know why, although the town council changed completely and the members were unlikely to be aware of the program, and the police chief retired, which may have had something to do with this falling apart, falling between the cracks. I learned of the downsides of this program about several months ago, and in that time, the world has changed. Chilling activities against American citizens and other people legal in this country have had their privacy upended due to government surveillance at the federal and state level, and sometimes in municipalities as well. I began to research how this tool was being used, and it disturbed and frightened me. I have been made aware of usage of this program across the country in ways that were never considered naively by the council in 2024. Many towns and cities have begun to turn off their Flock cameras while they work out how their relationship with Flock most recently can be changed. Most recently in neighboring South Kingstown. Across the country, communities in California, Washington, Wisconsin, Illinois, Michigan, Arizona, Massachusetts, Oregon, North Carolina, and even in Rhode Island, they have done so. One town shut down their relationship after, I quote, town leaders became concerned about language that could be interpreted as allowing Flock Safety to disclose data to any government entity or third party if the company had a good faith belief of a need to do so. I believe that the Narragansett Police Department was trying to add to their toolkit of ways to keep the town safe. According to information included with the agenda, in the past 2 years,
Ms. Kopech, I know you're at time, but if you have one
Just
final
more
wrap-up
things.
statement.
Okay, I'll just say, as long as privacy and data sharing are issues, I believe we should utilize the tools we already had to ensure the residents and visitors are as safe as possible. I strongly urge the town council to end our relationship with Flock Security. And I just want to say one very positive thing. I think the social media presence of our police department is both clever and provides an engagement with our residents, including a little humor, which I appreciate. Also, I'd like to thank them for their diligence in trying to slow down traffic on Point Judith Road. Thank you.
Thank you. Over here?
Lily Weiss-Nessover, 196 Ocean Road. Good evening. I respectfully urge you to think against continuing the Flock contract to Narragansett. I do have a lot to say, but I'll leave it to a minimum to meet the time limit. I definitely applaud South Kingstown for their vote on removing them, and I advise everyone to do their own research on this because I've been very informed about them since they were put into use, and I believe everyone should be just as informed about this very dystopian move. Doing things for a long time doesn't make them right, it simply just makes them more normalized. Public safety is obviously very important, but we should be very careful about giving up privacy in exchange for technology that collects information on everyone who drives through our town. These cameras continuously capture license plates, vehicle descriptions, dents, bumper stickers, and travel patterns, creating a database of where people have been and when they've been there. History has shown that systems designed for one purpose often always expand beyond their original intent. What starts as a tool for locating stolen vehicles or suspects can gradually be used for a broader surveillance. Once the infrastructure is in place, it's much easier to expand its use than remove it. There are also concerns about data security and misuse. No technology is immune from breaches or human error, and I can tell you that as someone who works in technology every single day. Residents deserve assurance that their movements won't be accessed or shared inappropriately. If I'm not mistaken, I've read that it's up to the customer agency on the settings of being able to store the data, which is concerning, and it shows that it can be changed at any time, and that's just a simple Google search. Flock cameras are also very expensive. Instead of investing in a surveillance network, we should prioritize and continue proven public safety measures like hiring and retaining officers, creating community policing, improving the street lighting, supporting programs that prevent crime before it even happens. Many communities have also questioned the effectiveness of these systems. Cameras can help solve crimes after the fact, but they don't necessarily prevent crime from occurring. Criminals can use stolen plates, switch vehicles, and avoid monitored areas altogether. Narragansett has always valued both safety and individual freedom, and we can protect our community without creating a system that tracks the daily movements of residents and visitors. I encourage the council to carefully consider the long-term privacy implications and vote no on continuing the Flock safety cameras. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Pugh, did I see you? Yep.
Hi, Jesse Pugh, 40 Birchwood Drive. Just want to commend Councilors Menzies and Colonies for putting this on tonight. I appreciate that, as I know others do as well. I'd also like to, before I speak, just make it clear that I have the utmost respect for both the town manager and the chief of police, as well as our entire police department. Anything I say against Flock cameras is not a reflection on our department or our town manager. It's just a difference of opinion, I suppose. I'll start by stating that Flock cameras are not just a license plate reader. It makes a lot of sense for Flock to market themselves that way. But what their cameras capture, as the previous speaker said, was really a complete vehicle fingerprint. So that's the license plate, the make, the model, the color, body type, if you have a roof rack, if you have a trailer, bumper stickers, dents, dings, any damage. Whether the police department is looking at that doesn't matter, because that is all captured by the system and cannot be reconfigured or turned off. That's all in the system. Easy passes are license plate readers. this is not just that. What towns and cities across the country are doing really is participating in a mass surveillance network that is managed by a private for-profit company that really needs towns and cities more than we need them. They have no power unless towns sign up to use their systems. So I went to the town council meeting in South Kingstown last week just to kind of see how things went there. There was a Flock representative there that night, and he led off by saying that Flock is not Minority Report. So Minority Report, for anyone who hasn't seen it, is a movie from maybe 20, 25 years ago, starring Tom Cruise, I believe, where we live in a, dystopian mass surveillance state where you could predict people's crimes before they're even committed. The Flock representative was accurate that Flock is not Minority Report. What Minority Report leaves out is what happened before the movie started. So you don't just get to that sort of society. You get there by these small little changes that happen over time, and you have communities participating in these changes. This is the early stages of that sort of scenario. So I commend you for bringing this up tonight. I know you may or may not take action tonight. I hope you do take it soon. I think terminating the contract is the first step. Another step this council could take could be to create an ordinance at the town level to ban flock-style cameras. And I also urge other towns and cities to get in touch with their local representatives, North Kingstown, and others. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right. All right. Yes, Dr. Alba.
Dr. Al Alba, 24 Eagles Nest Terrace. So on the Our Town Narragansett page, we have the pros and the cons. Some people say yes, if they can if they can catch that one criminal who did something really heinous, and be well worth it, and they also argue that, we have pictures taken when you go to the supermarket, when you're going over the bridge, et cetera. I guess my concern would be, they do have the Blink cameras, they have the Google Nest cameras, which people have, which basically is a closed loop system, so that would be internal. So that way it's just restricted, no way can that be transported out, and I've used those in the past myself, and you can limit, usually it's 30 days, and then it goes away. If any of you saw the movie Patriots Day, if you haven't, it's a great movie. But it talks about, the bombing during the marathon, the Boston Marathon. And it shows you how these cameras were actually used to catch the bad guys. So in that case, yes, if they didn't have all those cameras at all those locations, they would have never caught the bad guys, which created some catastrophic situations. So on the other side of the coin, you also have, we have the ICE. We have people who have been living in our country for many years, and unfortunately some of them are being deported, and you question why this is happening. So I guess that's a major concern for a lot of people, and I can understand that. I'm very empathetic towards those individuals. There was actually a nun that they approached, so I don't know if it makes sense to even consider maybe having this put it on the ballot and let the people decide on a vote, let the residents decide. And we can decide collectively as residents, where they stand. So that would be one of the suggestions which I would recommend to consider that. I don't know if time is of the essence, that it has to be done today, but November is going to be here sooner than later, and the residents can decide and have a voice. And if they feel that we don't have a lot of crime in Narragansett, but then again, I don't want to second guess the police chief and the captain. They're learned men. Our town manager has a background in police as well, police detective work as well. So, but I think, some people feel that they could be violated, and on that note, maybe consideration of put it on the ballot and let that be voted upon. Thank you.
Thank you. Did I see another hand? Oh, okay, I'll start here, and I'm sorry. I'm working my way over, back over.
My name is Steve Richards. I live at 232 Willard Avenue, Wakefield, but I'm a 53-year taxpayer and resident of Narragansett. I noticed that the police chief and the captain, mentioned that there was one case that they found. I mean, that's not insignificant, I guess, but sometimes you have to think about these things evolve. One day he says, I do it this way, and maybe tomorrow they do it something else and something else. Things change. And I think the thing that we have to take into account is that not only is that for the one guy who stole some tools, is it really worth the effort to do that? Maybe they would have found him anyway without that flock thing. But really, is this really what we really want to do about our civil rights, our rights as citizens, not to always have to be under surveillance at every single point at every single time? And I know we're finding more and more it's coming. This is not going to be something that we're going to stop tonight. This is just one little finger in the dike, but there are many holes in the dike, and this thing's going to be continue on. But it is something that you guys could take a stand on that actually says, do we really want to be a town that always wants to be under surveillance for every single thing under all these circumstances? And it seems to me that that's not necessarily a good way to spend the money to do things that we could do other things for. And if they're going to find, they said, well, I had 10 cases. Well, maybe 10 cases. Now you may have some reasonable possibility for one case, So I think that I'm not in favor of it. I'm just not in favor of it, and I don't think it's a good idea. And I know that as my own personal civil rights, I don't want to be checked out every time I come into town or go out. I just don't like it. I don't like the process. I don't feel comfortable about the process because I don't know. I know what they say today, but what they say today is it going to happen tomorrow? And things change, things evolve. And there's going to be always new things coming up. This is one way you can put a finger in the dike and maybe start doing something for civil rights that ought to be protected.
Thank you. And I saw back here, yep.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. Madeline McGonigal. I am the policy associate at the ACLU Rhode Island. I am not a Narragansett resident. I sent you all a long letter detailing our concerns, so I'm here just to answer any questions that you may have about our concerns. I will say a lot of the concerns stated by the residents before me, we share a lot of those. I also just want to add, as it was mentioned, there was a state law that was introduced this year and a couple sessions prior. Unfortunately, those bills died. But this year's was interesting for a number of reasons. It would put in restrictions on the use for these cameras. It would be very discrete, narrow areas that they would be used. It would be required municipal approval before these cameras are introduced, and it would also limit the data sharing that these cameras sometimes do. And so that is one of the main concerns that we have, is that nationwide data sharing model, handing this information over to another police department when we're unsure what they're doing with it. They could be using it for their own purposes. They could be handing it over to federal agencies, perhaps ICE for immigration enforcement. We just don't know. And so another thing that bill would do is limit that data retention timeframe from 30 days to 21 days in the state of Rhode Island. And so since we don't have a state law currently that restricts the number of days that the data is retained, it defaults to that 30-day flock default time. I will say Connecticut and Maine have that 21-day data retention, and New Hampshire keeps the information for 3 minutes. So there are precedents that we've seen. I mean, South Kingstown just canceled their contract, as you've all noted. And I did include in the letter that I sent you all a list of the misuses that we've seen nationwide. We would strongly, strongly urge you to cancel your contract with Flock. I'd, again, be happy to answer any questions that you all may have.
Thank you. And you said, and let me just pause. Are you all set with everything that you came to say?
Yes.
'Cause I do have a question, and thank you for introducing yourself as a member of the Rhode Island ACLU.
I'm the policy associate there, yes.
Thank you. So, just a general question. If there is a stipulation statewide that says that there's a 30-day window that all of this data that's collected, basically is stored, and then, it gradually, every day it deletes and, a new cycle begins. What is the, regulating authority who is the regulating authority to make sure that it's actually being deleted after 30 days, or 30 days versus 21 days? I mean, even in other states around the country where, there's different timelines, is somebody actually going into a department every single day to make sure that everything gets deleted between X number of days backwards?
That's a good question. I think we have to rely on the assurances from the company that it's being deleted. But as we know, we totally can't do that all of the time. But when it's limited to 21 days or something like that, we believe that it's a bit easier to manage that and make sure that that information is being deleted.
So again, and my concern here is, again, maybe there was this really great idea that was surfaced and a great presentation was sold to all these cities and towns. Obviously, a lot of knowledge and factual evidence, information came out afterwards, different concerns that came up. But I think it's more so, the fact that we in this state don't have that reaction, that legislation in place at the state level is where my concerns are rooted, in that until that time comes, I think and agree that there should be a pause put on all cities and towns. And I'm just here in Narragansett, but my advocacy here would be, with all of the concerns that have been shared, there should be a statewide initiative to just put a pause on it until such legislation has been passed at the state level. Just makes sense to me. But thank you for sharing that. Does anyone have any, this is a unique situation as a member of the ACLU here.
I have a quick question. I mean, I think we all know that we're not really concerned with our police department here in Narragansett, but I am concerned with the information being shared. Is there any documentation, is there anything that's being kept as to when the information leaves Narragansett and goes somewhere else? Do we ever hear what happened with it, or do we know if there was any end game, like the person was apprehended, or is there any documentation kept as to what the information is being used for once it leaves this town?
That's a good question. I think that that's more of something that the police department can answer. We as citizens, and me in my role at the ACLU, we don't get to see a lot of that information. I will say that through a public records request through the police department, you can sometimes get what's called a network log and an organizational log. One is who is looking at what police department's cameras for what purpose. You have to put, sometimes it's a bolo, whatever it may be. And the other one is who internally is looking at the camera for what purpose as well. So that is a piece of information that you can get. The answer to your question of what happens when that organization asks whatever police department it is to look at their camera, that's not something that we can really see. Yeah.
Does anyone else have any questions for the member of the ACLU?
Yeah. So you mentioned 21 days. How did you come to that particular number?
Yes, so that, it's based on, specifically Maine was the first state in New England to have that 21-day data retention. Connecticut just passed a law in May or June, putting in that same time frame. So we've seen, and we've talked to our partners nationwide, that 21 days is the balance of protecting privacy rights and privacy concerns of the individuals who are these cameras are capturing their license plate information and their sensitive location information as well, and that investigation time. So we've seen that that's the right balance.
And is that necessarily something that you're advocating for here and now, or are you advocating for the removal?
Sure, so we're advocating for the removal, but we do support the legislation that has been introduced. And so if these cameras are going to be used, then we strongly encourage there to be strong state legislation regarding these cameras. So in the absence of that legislation, we do argue that these cameras should be taken down.
Thank you.
Anyone else on the council have any questions? Again, unique speaker here. Okay. Thank you so much for being here and sharing that feedback with us. We'll continue on. Does anyone have any additional comments that haven't already been said? I think we got a good consensus from the general public here.
Mr. President, perhaps
Yes.
the new Inspector General for the state could be tasked with looking into municipalities who violate those policies that are established.
I'm sorry, it's a little hard to hear, but I know that, I think I got the gist of what you were saying.
Yes, I said that probably would fall, complaints of violations of that type of record-keeping things probably would end up in the hands of the Attorney General or the new Inspector General next year, whoever that is.
Agreed. Thank you. All right, so back to the council. So I appreciate everyone who spoke here this evening, those of you who may have just even come to listen to this dialogue this evening. Again, echoing the same sentiments for our chief, our town manager, very well-respected leaders in this town, and I appreciate the feedback that they shared this evening. I do, from a legislative side, again, I've shared my opinions about everything this evening. I think that the representative who spoke for Flock at the South Kingstown Town Council answered probably most of the questions that I or the general public would have asked anyway. I think there was a really great town council meeting that I think many of you can resort to in order to listen to a lot of the dialogue and the feedback that came out here. And I also applaud and appreciate all of the factual information and the feedback that you all shared this evening as well, because I think it makes it a lot easier for me to validate a lot of the feedback that we had been getting for a while. Does anyone else on the council have any questions or actions or comments based on the feedback that was provided? Mr. Colonies, you and I co-sponsored this, so I just want to hear from you if you agreed that an action should be taken this evening.
So again, I'd like to specify this by saying I do see some of the good that comes out from these cameras. I certainly can understand stopping or solving kidnappings and finding older people, finding out crimes that have been committed. But I understand the public's being against it, to be honest with you. I mean, I get that it invades our privacy, I think. I think it's important that when Mr. Pugh and Lily were pointing about dents and bumper stickers and things of that nature, whole images of vehicles, not just plates, I think that's an important part of the conversation too. So, yet I see the good of them. I think that a pause would be an appropriate thing while the state was figuring out some legislative issues with it.
So based on that feedback, I would interpret as a pause, we don't renew the contract that is due to expire, I believe, at the end of this month or maybe in September, because September 2024, and then it renewed automatically in 2025.
September 2027 is the current expiration.
Oh,
It was an
all right.
automatic
Well, then I guess
it was an automatic two-year renewal.
it's a 2-year renewal. Okay. Well, in that sense, I would move to cancel the Flock camera subscription, or I don't know how we have that set up, but I would cancel it effective immediately. And I would be interested if anyone else would be willing to second that motion.
I'll second it.
Any final discussion?
Is there a penalty at all attached to canceling this contract?
I would have to have the solicitor review the contract. It's a lot of fine print. But usually, there is something. I can try to read it while we're sitting here during the meeting now, if you'd like.
I guess I'll wait to get the answer.
All right, then I'll say something. In that I'm 29. I've grown up in a world without data privacy, and I don't particularly like that or enjoy that. I opt out of cookies every time, every website I visit. I request my data deletion because I don't trust the end data users to have my contact information, my email address, my phone, home address, etc. During the Super Bowl this year, there was a commercial for Ring, and and somebody tonight mentioned Ring, where they posited that it would track lost dogs if you opted in to their network, and I think many people saw through that immediately for mass surveillance. We live in a surveillance state as it is on account of what happened with 9/11 and the Patriot Act, and I think this, again, is a slippery slope towards furthering surveillance, so that is something I am ultimately against. So I would also vote to cancel the contract.
I guess I'm also a little curious, just because the 2-year duration of the contract is interesting to me. Because, again, I was under the impression that in 2024, when the last council approved it, it was for a 1-year trial. But then, Mr. Tierney, you shared that it was a automatic renewal in 2025 for a 2-year contract? I'm just surprised that that wouldn't have been shared with the council at that time.
The contract at the time was approved by the solicitor and was attached to the council agenda, and it specifically states the renewal period.
Okay. Again, in the contract that I reviewed in this agenda item, it was from 2024, and it stipulated, at least based on my interpretation, that it was a 1-year contract. So I don't really understand where the 2-year renewal happened, and it's okay if it did. It's just that's why I'm sharing my feedback now at this point, to share that, not questioning anything. It's just very interesting to me. But that's why I would prefer to not continue with the contract with that being realized.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking about the penalty, because it seems like the whole thing's been a little tricky. You know?
I would also add that I think the chief shared that it was approximately $12,600 a year. So it being probably about halfway through that, I would imagine that the penalty would be the town eats the $12,600 for the last year of the contract, if it was 2 years, and whatever fee or penalty would be on top of it. But I think based on the feedback shared this evening, that there would be support for that.
I just want to say that I think I worry that it puts people in situations, anyone could be in the wrong place at the wrong time, and that's my fear. My fear is that if you are just happen to be driving by and something happens, that you very well could be caught up in the whole thing. I also have a concern about the sharing of the information and where it's going and what the use of is for that information. And I think I have to agree with one of the speakers who said, you know, small steps normalize things, and then it goes much bigger. And I think that I have to agree with that. And I think every time we take these small steps and we allow these small things, which we think are small things, to happen, next year we're going to be here because it's going to be bigger, and then it's going to be bigger, and it's going to be bigger. I mean, is it just a license plate? Is all our information out there? Yeah, it is. I mean, anybody can get anything they want, obviously, we know, online. Anybody can learn anything they want to learn about me. You can get my whole life and everything I've done online. My problem is putting you somewhere where you just normally would be and getting caught up in something that might not be too great for you. So that's how I feel. So I think if we could figure out the contract part of this, I would support it, getting rid of it.
Mr. Callahan, do you need additional time to review?
Alex, I think your assessment's correct. We're looking up the flock safety conditions online right now. It's a reference to it in the agenda item. So we'd appreciate more time just to be sure, but I think your assessment's correct. That's I think.
Okay. So we have two options here. There's been a motion that's been moved and seconded to terminate the contract effective immediately. There's also, with this feedback, the option to continue to the next meeting to then have the information readily available to us. I, however, think that we have enough information to make a determination this evening. I think there's a lot of other pressing issues that this town has to face. I have enough information this evening to make a determination. Do we have at least a consensus amongst the council that we have enough information to make a determination? You guys are good to make a decision this evening? Over here? Okay. So with that, I appreciate the feedback that's been shared. Mr. Callahan, thank you. I respectfully would request that we continue to move forward with this agenda item, with the vote being to terminate this, the contract, and for the town to face whatever penalties come from terminating the contract at this time. Does that sound good? Good? All right. With that, and you seconded that, thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. And does anyone need a brief break, or are we good to just keep going?
I'm good.
Good? Okay. What? Okay. On to item E3. Is there a motion to appoint Scott Levesque of Kelly Souza Parmenter and Resnick PC as Assistant Town Solicitor?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Discussion. So there were a lot of questions that were brought up during the open forum part of this evening, so I'll try to be as clear as possible. And I don't know if Mr. Callahan, if you want to provide some context as well. Just as in general, the reason why there was a delay between March and now was due to the sensitivity and the human resources recommendation and the uniqueness of this situation, where a town council hired employee and an employee of the town were both involved in an incident that was then provided substantial amount of investigation, interviews, a lot of testimony, hundreds of pages of testimony that was shared, and the council, if it was up to us, would have made a determination immediately. But again, the advisory that we received was that, again, due to the uniqueness of the situation where there was a town employee and a employee hired by the town council, a thorough investigation had to conclude, and the investigation was done by a, how do we describe Mr. Regasta? Third-party solicitor?
Mr. Agastra's labor counsel, town council appointed labor counsel for the town.
Thank you. And after the town council in 2 sessions, during 2 executive sessions, was provided that full report and information from Mr. Regasta, the council deliberated and provided their recommendation, and it was at the same time that Mr. Craven submitted his letter of resignation at the close of the investigation. And Mr. Callahan, I'll leave it to you, as I'm sure there's additional information that can be provided from a legal perspective as to why this investigation lasted from March to now, and due to the sensitivity that there is a law that protects the town employee with discretion, which is why this council was not able to go into greater detail and is not able to go into greater detail now.
Great. I think I'll try to give some background. First off, this issue involves a sensitive personnel matter, so the amount of information that can be disclosed is somewhat limited. But I think the council would like to provide an overview so that there's some clarity and transparency as to what occurred. On March 18th, 2026, an employee filed a complaint with town manager Tierney regarding one of the assistant solicitors, Mr. Craven. That complaint involved interaction that occurred at the conclusion of the March 17, 2026 Planning Board meeting. Consistent with established policy and procedure, Town Manager Tierney immediately opened investigation into the allegation and contacted the town's labor attorney, Vincent Regasta. Attorney Regasta was tasked by Manager Tierney to conduct that investigation. After March 18, 2026, at the next scheduled Town Council meeting, April 6, 2026, the Town Council was informed of the substance of the allegations and the pending investigation. Throughout April, May, and a part of June, Attorney Regasta conducted multiple interviews as part of his investigation. On or about Thursday, June 18th, 2026, Attorney Regasta informed the Town Manager's office that his investigation and report were complete. The Town Manager and HR acted immediately and scheduled an executive session. 5 days later, on June 23rd, 2026, at a standalone executive session meeting where there was no Town Council meeting that night scheduled, Attorney Regasta provided his report to the Town Council. That meeting lasted approximately 2 hours and 30 minutes. At that meeting, one of the 5 members of the Town Council was not able to attend. So the Town Council agreed to reconvene the executive session on that issue at a later date to allow that member to review the report and other material. During the time the investigation was underway, by agreement between the town and Attorney Craven, he was not involved in any activity through the town solicitor's office. And as a point of clarity, during the investigation, no one, as far as I know, was banned from Town Hall. During that investigatory period, the town utilized and paid for the services of Attorney Scott Levesque through funds that are originally funded for that position on an interim basis to cover all matters related to the Planning Board and community development. On July 20th, 2026, the Town Council received a letter from Attorney Robert Craven resigning his position as Assistant Town Solicitor without conditions. On the same date, that evening in executive session, the Town Council accepted Attorney Craven's letter of resignation, again without conditions. On July 23rd, the Town Council, through its Town Solicitor's Office, me, sent Attorney Craven a letter accepting his resignation. Since that time, and since the beginning of this situation and investigation, the town has followed all appropriate policies and procedures consistent with employment law, including informing the employee of the investigation and the outcome. And with the approval of the Town Council, Attorney Scott Levesque, who was interviewed by this Town Council when it posted the RFP after their election, with the vote of the Town Council, if it so chooses, will officially assume the position of Town Solicitor or Assistant Town Solicitor for the Planning Board and any other duties as necessary. Attorney Solitro, who, in my opinion, is an excellent and respected attorney, will remain as the Zoning Board Counsel and will build the town in his own name. The letter of resignation and the Town Council's letter accepting that resignation are both public records. For privacy reasons, consistent with the Access to Public Records Act and associated opinions by the Attorney General, the investigative report is not a public record. And in conclusion, at all points since March 18th, 2026, the Town Manager, the Town Solicitor, Attorney Regasta, and the Town Council exercised all due diligence consistent with due process and expeditiously and appropriately addressed and resolved this serious matter pursuant to state law and town procedure.
Thank you, and I appreciate the timeline walkthrough. I think it was very helpful for everyone to, and I didn't even realize, I totally forgot how many times we did meet in between then. So I appreciate the reminder, and thank you for walking us through that. And as Mr. Callahan's already explained, this council did review and interview Mr. Levesque at the time in which the interviews for solicitor, assistant solicitor were being done. And in the interim, Mr. Levesque has already been at planning board meetings, and you've heard this evening support for Mr. Levesque continuing as well. And as a result, we wanted to make it official and disclose as much information as we legally are able to as to what transpired and why we are making a motion to officially appoint Mr. Levesque to the position of Assistant Town Solicitor, and to confirm that Mr. Craven is no longer on the town's payroll. So with that, we have a motion, and we did mention at the beginning that there is no comment on this due to the appointment and sensitivity of this topic. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. On to the fire department. Is there a motion to approve the annual maintenance service contract for the interoperable radio communication system from Motorola, Inc. in the amount of $28,382.00 for the fiscal year 2026 to 2027, and authorize the town manager to sign the contract?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Discussion. Does anyone have any questions or comments on this item? Anyone from the public? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. On to the police department. Is there a motion to approve the purchase and installation of equipment for 2 new police vehicles from Strobes and Moore in the amount of $52,882.36, utilizing the State of Rhode Island Master Price Agreement?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Discussion. So again, I remember this coming up during the budget season, and then the agreement utilizing the State of Rhode Island Master Price Agreement funds. Does anyone else on the council have anything they'd like to add? Anyone from the public? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Did we make, do you have who moved it and seconded that motion?
I moved it.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I capture that. Thank you. All right, on to the Parks and Rec Department is item H1. Is there a motion to approve a design and build plan for renovations to the existing pickleball courts at 170 Clark Road, Narragansett, Rhode Island, 02882?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Discussion. So this item came up also during, there was a lot of conversation actually during the budget season on this very topic. But I'm not sure if anyone on the council wants to give a soundbite or.
So when we spoke about this during the budget session, I believe we came up to a consensus of the possibility of making the project a little smaller, not expanding the courts, and just spending the money on making the current 4 courts in great condition and redoing it the right way so that those courts were there. That's what I thought our consensus was when we were talking about the budget. I'm not sure if I got that right, but I thought I was. And the other thing that I would like to add into this is that we also, the Cristofaro has tennis courts over on the other side there. And I have noticed that 3 of the courts are constantly used by the tennis ball players, but one of the courts is hardly ever used by players. So I would be willing to discuss, possibly making a pickleball court over there that's permanent as well.
Okay. Any other additional feedback? It was my interpretation as well that there was a consensus during the budget season. We are outside of budget season, so people have the ability to change their minds if they so choose. But the consensus at the time was, at least my interpretation, was that certain maintenance was needed and required, which I know we're not on H2, but this stormwater management plan, these renovations, Mr. Tierney, would you mind just clarifying the expense and requirement from DEM regarding the stormwater management plan? Again, I know H1 and H2 I feel like they're kind of related, so I just wanted to, but call me out if I'm speaking out of turn here, but
No matter what option is chosen by the council, this is required, unless we do nothing to it.
okay.
That's pretty much it. Beta is a consultant for all these projects, and this will be required for any type of construction at that site.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Does anyone else have any other questions regarding the design aspect of it? I certainly would not support expanding the pickleball courts. I've shared that during the budget season. I like the sport. I'm all about get out and play and get a good exercise in, but we've got a really good indoor court here that's year-round. We've got a number of pickleball courts around town that already exist. We have, great tennis courts as well. I do think that, as a former recreational tennis player, that having pickleball players on the same court can sometimes be a hindrance to tennis players. I do know that at URI and at Cristofaro, they do have nets that will roll out in different leagues that play on those tennis courts, but that is a lot more wear that goes on those courts, as well as the substance surface of the ball itself every time it goes and bounces on the court. For consideration, and I know that this is just for design purposes, I would not support expanding with net new pickleball courts. I do think it's a shame that if there is those courts that exist, that this requirement for the stormwater management plan, again in H2, it's a necessity in order for anyone to be able to play on those courts or for any upkeep to happen. I think that really should be taken into consideration. But I do know that there's a lot of other important projects around town that really need to be prioritized. So again, I know this is just the design and building plan part of it, but I would not support anything that expands it beyond 4. But I'm curious to hear the feedback from the rest of the council, and I know Mr. Colonies has already shared his opinion.
I just want to say that my recollection is also that we spent at length talking about this during budget and whether we would go with the 4 or the 6, and I do believe, I recall that we did come up with a consensus at that time, and so I just want to make sure that everyone knows that this is something that we've discussed at length during the budget season.
I remember very clearly that during budget season, we took this and talked about it. It was not too soon after we had someone speaking about it that we actually had that budget meeting. And the only thing that I would just hope that, and I don't know if Michelle can speak to this, but this has been going around like a pickleball for like quite a few years, and I think, in fairness to all parties, that if we do move with the 4, that it gets off the ground quickly and maybe it can be ready for next season. Jim Tierney has given us an answer on the next agenda item, which, coming into this meeting before he said that, I would have assumed we didn't need a stormwater management plan for an existing renovation with no expansion. But I'm sure he knows better than I do, because I think in the commercial, maybe, I don't know what it is that's different, but I think if you were building a house and you weren't expanding it, you might not need the stormwater management.
It's my understanding that they rip up any of the court at all to replace it.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're just throwing a coat of paint on it and some crack filler,
Yeah.
No, but that hasn't worked.
Yeah, unfortunately, I guess that's the case. So I'm sure you guys will find out if there's a way around that. But, so if there was, then that would be nice to save that $28,000. And maybe we can do something else for pickleball somewhere else. But that's the way I always thought that the project was not going to be expanded. Even when I saw the 6 courts, I actually thought that those 6 courts were actually on the 4 courts and just realigned. So when I saw that it was being expanded, I knew it was going to be a problem. And I think it would be easier not to have problems and just go with the 4, make them nice, and put some soundproofing on the fence that faces any residential property. And I think that would accommodate everyone, and I can vote on that tonight.
Thank you. I can't remember who's already spoken. You both have. Have you, Ryan? Okay.
Not yet, but I support the plan, frankly. 17 by 67 feet doesn't seem like truly a massive imposition. I realize that there's going to be the addition of 2 additional courts there, but in terms of resources and size expansion, I find that to be fairly reasonable. It's not overbearing in terms of size for the expansion, so that's why I'd support it.
I appreciate your feedback. And again, and from that of the council as well, I do also know just how much of a concern noise is these days as well. So with the addition of 2 additional courts, that's more people playing on the courts, that creates more noise. So, and that was a concern that was shared during the budget review as well, those months back. And I generally agreed that, having additional courts added could create quite a bit of a nuisance with noise. I do appreciate and understand the athletic activity of pickleball. Again, you see it very well represented all throughout town. It's the fastest growing sport in the country, believe it or not. But again, I think I would support the consensus that was built at the time this was budgeted. But I think what I would just ask, and I know we don't have our finance director here, this specific item of H1 and what we're voting on here for the approval of the design part of it. Here we go. Design and build plan for renovations. The only cost that I see here, unless I'm missing it, is what was described in the total as $28,180. But that seems to be the fee associated with item H2. So what cost is actually associated with this specific agenda item, just for a point of clarity?
I don't have the full capital budget in front of me, but this is not the build itself. This is after the town council selects. We have money budgeted for both, but whatever the town council selects, that's what it will be.
But is there a fee associated with the design aspect itself? That's not clear here.
It's budgeted in that whole capital fund for the whole project.
Okay.
Even when we spoke about this before, I said, no one has to make one of the previous meetings, you don't have to make a decision on it tonight. You just have to decide whether you want to move forward with it on the budget. I don't mean this. When we're doing the budget, you didn't have to make a decision because we had budgeted for the whole thing. But just to be clear, the renovate the existing courts is not, that's not just, putting, liquid asphalt and painting it green. This is like a reconstruction, like renovating it full at the same size, just to be clear. So it's a question of whether you want to expand or keep it at 4. Either way, if it's 6, it has to be built. If it's 4, it has to be built.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
To be clear.
For me, I'd prefer to see the actual figure of the total for the design part of it myself before voting to approve, but again, I appreciate the feedback that's been shared by the rest of the council.
Can I just ask a question?
Sure.
The motion itself is for the build of the 6 courts. Is that not true? Is that what I'm reading? So does the motion actually have to get changed to be the build of the 4 courts?
The motion is to approve a design and build plan, and the options are provided in the suggested action. Specifically, renovate the existing courts while maintaining the current 4 pickleball courts, or expand the courts to include 6.
When you make your motion, you should be specific, whether it's 4 or 6, just to be clear. And I think whatever amount is budgeted, that can be adjusted if there's a decrease based on the size or the scope.
Right. That was my understanding at the budget meetings as well. Yeah.
And Jim, do we have to put the word reconstruct? Because I think the courts, we all agree, are beyond the renovating, you know. Does renovating cover reconstruction?
Could require digging it up and...
Right, okay,
Yeah.
that's fine.
And
Just so we
replacing
don't
it.
have to do it again.
Right, yeah. If you recall, during the budget hearing, it was hung up during, I believe it was a budget work session, and there was the night kind of kept going on, and that's why we said, well, it's budgeted for X, but you're not obligated to that project. That'll be decided at a later time. This is the time.
So do we make an amendment so that the motion reads to approve a design and build plan for renovations to the 4 existing pickleball courts at 170 Clark Road? And then we vote?
I don't think you'd have to make an amendment to the motion, as this is, you're voting on the specific plan. You can stipulate that when you go to vote. We can have a consensus, unless you think differently, Mr. Callahan.
I think you just be clear. I think you're better off just saying 4 or 6, get that over with, don't make it up to any guesses.
And to be clear, we are going to get public feedback, so, and we did get a lot of public feedback during the budget season, so I just want you all to be mindful of that this council and the general public have heard a lot of public comment on this already. So, okay, do you...
So I will make a motion to amend the motion.
Do you want to make that motion after public comment? Because it might influence you, or?
Oh, yeah, after the public.
Yeah. No, I don't want to like shut you down. I was just curious. Is that all right?
Procedure.
Okay.
It's up to you. I mean, if you want to make the motion now as the part of the discussion, that's your choice. It's
Yeah,
your
that's
prerogative.
up to you if you want to. I was just recommending. I didn't mean to shut you down. I apologize.
Well, I just feel like if we're talking about specifically what we're trying to do, it makes a little more sense than to just be arbitrary still in debating whether it's 4 or 6 when, if we're just going to say we're... So I'd like to make an motion to amend the motion to say, a motion to approve a design and build for renovations to the 4 existing pickleball courts at 170 Clark Road, Narragansett, Rhode Island, 02882.
Second.
And now that there's a first and a second, though, don't we have to take a vote on the new amended language before taking public comment? Okay. So there's now a new, I would prefer that we don't take a vote on this, but if there's a first and a second, so we have to take a vote on this.
Can I second it for discussion only?
You could. It doesn't make much efficient sense, but...
All right. So we're going to amend it. We're voting on the new amended language for 4. All those in favor on the amended language, and then we open it up to everyone out here for comment on the new amended language. Say aye.
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 Nay.
Okay. Motion passes. Oh, any opposed? Mr. Torrell said nay. Motion passes 4-1. So now the new agenda item of discussion is to consider a design for 4 pickleball courts, which is the exact same, which would be the exact same footprint as it currently is, no expansion, just for the design and plan for the current 4 pickleball courts?
Correct.
Good. Okay. Now to the public. Ms. Celebrato. And I'm going to work my way around.
Catherine Celebrato, 48 Earls Court. Do you know how much it's going to cost to reconstruct those 4 courts? I mean, nobody's mentioned a figure. I know that there's $400-something thousand in the capital funds account. Previous town councils have appropriated money for pickleball. I think it got pushed, forward. But the bottom line is this: if we have $400-something thousand in our capital funds account for parks and recreation, I'd like to see you address that figure and push it someplace else where it could be used. I'm thinking that building over there on Clock Road, that could be put heat and AC in it so it could be used as a recreation center. There are so many other things that that money can be used for, and I'd like to see it moved, because right now it seems to be stuck in this pickleball, thing. The other thing is this, that I guess they have some new balls that don't make as much noise. That's what I heard. Yeah, well, anyway, because it's a big problem in Florida, believe me. So, yeah, I did hear that. Maybe you could make those balls mandatory. In any event, I'd like to know how much it's going to cost to do this particular project. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Alba, and I'm working my way around. Sorry.
Dr. Al Alba, 24 Eagles Nest Terrace. So, I was here when they originally did the vote, for appropriating of monies. They had the pickleball policy here. I mean, the place was flooded with people from pickleball. And I was athletic. I completed 2 marathons. I played table tennis throughout high school, and I actually won the City of Warwick Championship at the high school level. So I like paddle ball games. I don't play pickleball. I played it once, just didn't click with me that one time. But the thing is this: even though I like table tennis, I wouldn't want to have table tennis monopolizing the entire town of Narragansett. We have to look at appropriations. So I guess my question is, we have families with kids. Why don't we take a survey and ask all the residents, what would they like for recreational activities? Why are we spending more and more money on pickleball? It just doesn't make sense to me. We like you said, President Menzies, we have a huge building out there so people can play inside. We have more than enough pickleball courts throughout. And in fact, there are some areas, there's some HOAs that have their own, developments. I know they have a development in Scarborough, New Scarborough area there. They got a pool there. Have these people, have all the rental owners, maybe they can build their own pickleball courts. They advertise on their web pages, oh, come to rent over here. We got pickleball courts in this area and that area. So if that's the case, we'll let them fund it. But why don't we spend that money? We have children with families. We want to attract kids. Let's ask the families what they want. Could we have a recreational pool? That was one consideration. Kids might like to go in a pool. Could even be heated. But just to have more and more pickleball courts and spending more money exclusively on pickleball, to me, it's overkill. Like I said, I am athletic. I ran a couple of marathons in my lifetime. I did the Blessing of the Fleet twice. So I'm all into recreation, but the thing is, why don't we have Michelle Kershaw send out, some kind of a survey, which they can do in this day and age with technology. We can have, they got to be a resident of Narragansett, and they can ask the family, do they want to spend more money? Should we have to spend money? Have a list of different things and have them actually write in, and then let's appropriate monies for, based on a vote. Thank you.
Thank you. This gentleman right here.
James Santos, 25 Riverdale Drive, Narragansett. To give you an idea, there were probably 40 people the last time the sun was shining playing pickleball there. We're using the 3 inside the gate courts, 1 on the outside. This is a recreational area. I know you're getting some complaints about noise, but there's not much you can do to stop this. There's more noise there on a Saturday with 100 young kids playing soccer than there will ever be playing pickleball. So, and the other thing, if you don't want to expand right now, you don't have the money, how about repairing what we have? Because there's a term in pickleball only in Narragansett. It's called crack. So when the ball hits the crack and goes sideways, we can do it over. Real pickleball courts don't have that call. So this is the only place in town. If you go to some other place and convert tennis courts, you're still going to have to spend more money there. So right now, this seems to be the center of the pickleball thing in Narragansett. So what do you do? But there's, and it's growing. So I don't know what else to tell you, but it's just a growing sport, and it's in a great spot. And like I said, this has always been a recreational area. I know there's somebody across the street complaining because his lawyer didn't look into the paperwork when he built his house there and found out this was a recreational area, which means there's going to be noise there. So, but if we can do nothing else, maybe just repair the cracks. Thank you.
Thank you. This gentleman. And remind me, sir, how many individuals are you representing?
Just one, Brett Williams.
One?
110 Clark Road.
Okay.
I had a statement prepared, although I listened to some of the, oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I just wanted, I know your original request was for how many minutes?
3 minutes, but given the discourse the council had over the language of the motion and the amendment, I have some clarification points that might extend it beyond that.
Okay. If it's possible to keep it within the 3-minute time frame due to the number of people here, I'd appreciate it.
I will do my best and respect everyone's time.
Thank you.
I know there was some discussion over the language of the motion just being about 6 courts to 4 courts, but it's not actually just that. There's also a proposed approximately 1,200 square foot spectator area to the northeast corner that would accommodate lots of persons. So the amendment of this motion is not so simple. As part of this agenda item, it also includes allowing the RIDEM permitting process to go forward with a 75% design stage. The design, as currently laid out and attached to the agenda item, has the spectating area of 1,200 square feet. It's also cutting back a little bit of the tennis courts closest to the parking lot. And this motion, this agenda item cannot sit as currently amended because it does not address the root of the problem. There's discussions around noise. It's not just about noise. It's also the character of this property. It was acquired back in 2002 from Camp Jory, and part of that was an RIDEM grant. And part of that grant, as it's been discussed, dating back to 2018 when the prior council discussed selling this property, was that there's a restrictive part of that grant that requires green space to be proposed. Now, this area is shared between lots of other entities in the property. However, with this design as currently constructed, it's not only going to increase noise, which is a problem, but it's also going to increase the use and capacity of this property. The parking lot cannot sustain currently the amount of pickleballers that come and play. The addition of more courts and the addition of a spectator area will draw more people in, allow for more tournaments, and it's only going to be a slippery slope. Today, it's the resurfacing of 4 courts, the addition of a spectator area, the addition of 2 more. In the future, it's going to be restrooms, it's going to be parking, it's going to be lights. And that's not something that the RIDEM grant allows because you can't sustain the green space. And it's also something the property can't contain, which is needed. And there was discussion earlier about children's noise being at the property. and that it's no different than the pickleballer noise. This is a growing issue across the country. My office has sent the council a letter which included an expert report last week. The decibel ratings created by pickleball are unlike screaming children or unlike any other noise on the property. The town ordinance here has a ceiling of 47 decibels. However, there's a carve out for sound that is in the 1,000 hertz octave. And every single pickleball paddle hit goes into that 1,000 hertz octave. And when it goes into that threshold, any noise above ambient noise is a violation of that noise ordinance and distinct and separate from the other noise that's going on at the property.
If
It's
you
an
just
ongoing
just wrapping up your statement as we're at time.
It's an ongoing nuisance. It subjects the town to liability in future litigation. It's also unworkable, the motion with the spectator area to preserve the green space, which also has not been fully disclosed about whether this motion, these appropriations would even violate those covenants. Thank you.
Thank you. Back left. Oh, sorry, I saw this gentleman first, and then I'll come to you.
Hi, Steve O'Connell, 15 Narrows Road. It'll be real quick, but unless I just missed something, you guys were just talking about amending the proposal to say same footprint for...
That's currently what's being discussed at this point. Is
Right,
that
but I'm sorry, but all of the points that were just being made by the attorney, we're talking about adding a spectator area, increase more players, all of which would be out of play based upon what I understand is currently under discussion. So I just wanted to say that. And as a follow-up, kind of talking about the growth in pickleball, my wife and I, we're full-year residents. We're here all year. We're some of the nutty pickleball players that are out there on those courts in November, December, January. I can just say, as a family that has moved here to town in 2022, this is how we've gotten ingrained into the community. It's a community building. It's a fantastic opportunity for single people, family, new to town, come in, you put your paddle up, and you get to meet tons of people that have a common interest. It's a worthy investment. And I will say that the 4 courts that are there right now are in a accelerating state of degrading. So I think there does need to be some timely action to try to remediate those 4 courts and get them back into acceptable condition. Thank you.
Thank you. And now this gentleman is who I saw next, and then we'll go to the back left. Yes, you, sir. Yep.
Hi, Brett Williams, full-time resident taxpayer since 1998, 110 Clark Road. Lived there for 15 years, currently a budding neighbor to the pickle party. If I had bought this property with a gun range or a fireworks factory next door, I would have known about the noise. However, I purchased this property adjacent to a beautiful park with tennis, basketball, and a nice open space. Pickleball did not exist. I appreciate you, Councilmember Menzies, who on May 11th said, I would not want to live next to a pickleball court. Neither do I, and neither did I. I appreciate your understanding for the passion to foster and protect the residents' quality of life. I've hired legal counsel and an auditory engineer for some of the following reasons. Open space. This town council should work tirelessly to save every last inch of protected space in this town, not to pursue larger pickleball parking areas by moving the split rail fence, which has already happened, or entertain any expansion whatsoever. Once open space is gone, it is gone forever, and it's a gem that you should all be trying to protect. You are sending a message to all the taxpayers loud and clear. Unresponsiveness. There's been no response from the town on any of my letters about this project. The first note was sent May 1st, and I'm about 90 days ago, total silence. In fact, none of my neighbors were ever considered, counseled, or discussed any part of this project in the entire process. It's been a backdoor deal. Does anyone think it's fair and reasonable for us to listen to this relentless nuisance 7 days a week that is in a violation of the town's noise ordinance, watch our property values go down and go down the drain, all while a hobby to benefit a handful of people is funded on the backs of our local town's taxpayers? The courts are empty in the afternoon, so I think they could spread out their play and you wouldn't need to expand. Nobody knows the actual cost of this proposal. Just because money was allocated in the previous budget doesn't mean it was spent. Take the $400,000 and do something with the sewer, the water, or kick it back to the townspeople, lower our taxes, do a distribution, or actually save it and not spend it. I'm very pro-athletics in Narragansett. I always have been. I spent $500,000 on outdoor sports and recreation, all of it anonymously. Nobody has complained about the high school lights, the Little League fencing, the tennis courts. None of these projects were a nuisance to any other taxpayers. The pickle project is the absolute opposite. Not only is it a nuisance, we have a handful of people pushing to have taxpayers fund their hobby. I'm not going to mention the conflicts of interest. I will tell you that these are just some of the reasons that I've hired a law firm, because I think this is the dumbest thing this town has ever talked about in the last 10 years. This is not going to go away. The law firm and the acoustics engineer are on a court case in Newport that's lasted nearly 9 years, and we're on the same track here. I'm not stopping. Thank you.
Thank you. Oops. Back left. Yep. And I'm working my way around the room.
Hi, Victoria Richards, 0 Marble Road. I would like to address the noise issue. We have 4 courts right now at Clark Road, and there's a basketball court with a rolling net. That means 5 courts. So these courts, I've been playing pickleball at Clark Road for 4 years. These courts have been absolutely jam-packed all summer long. You say, oh, you can go play pickleball indoors. You have to pay a lot of money to play pickleball indoors. Not everybody, it's not accessible to everybody. That's not right. Pickleball should be free for those who want to play it, okay? That's my opinion. Now, we have 5 courts going. I know you said, oh, you can only do 4 courts, but if we have 5 courts going now with tons of people waiting, sitting around, waiting to play, they're not going anywhere else. They're sitting there waiting to play. So it's the same number of people. This would be 4 additional people playing. Not 8, 4. The parking, the same. We still have the same, we have paddles lined up, paddles forever. People are coming here on vacation. They're like, oh, we came here last year. We love it here. We're having so much fun. They bring their kids. They're like, oh, my kids love pickleball. They're playing wherever they live, Florida, wherever that may be. They're bringing their kids to the courts. It's not just adults. It's kids, it's adults, it's teenagers. We have college kids that started a pickleball club at a college in Rhode Island that now, they started 2 people, and it's now 160 people in their pickleball club. They live right near the courts. They walk over to the courts and play with us. They're college kids. It's not just old people. It's extremely frustrating to hear people say, oh, go play here, go play there. We are a community, okay? I could go play at other courts. I don't know the people at other courts. I've known these people for years. Jim, that guy right there, the first guy that spoke, he's my mother's age. He plays pickleball. You've got kids coming to the court who are like 15, 16 years old. They play pickleball with Jim. Everybody meshes together. It's a giant community. If you start splitting everybody up, that's no longer a community. It's not just, oh, it's an athletic sport, whatever. It's more than that. It's community, it's the people. If you go to the courts and there's no one there, it's not the same. It's the community that matters. And the noise thing, yes, I'm sure it's annoying, but we normally play from like 8 till maybe 12, sometimes 1. It's too hot. You can say, oh, well, spread it out during the afternoon. No one wants to play pickleball when it's 90 degrees in the middle of the afternoon. That's why we play in the mornings. So, That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Back left.
Good evening, Maria Taco, 9 Eddie Lane. I'm a lifelong Rhode Islander. I've recently bought a cottage with my wife in Narragansett in 2024 at the urging of some close friends who are here tonight on the promise of being accepted into a community. We were looking for a second home to retire to, and at the age of 60, I was pretty skeptical because it's kind of hard to make new friends at 60. We have our families and our friends, but to make new friends is really pretty difficult. But they were right, and that community was centered around the Clark Road pickleball courts. And you'll hear a lot about how pickleball is taking the country by storm. You'll hear that it has a great impact on the economy. It probably does. It's good for tourism. I'm sure it is. You'll hear it's got great health benefits, but as Victoria said, the most important thing to know about pickleball is that it is accessible. And it's probably the only team sport where you can show up without a team and be accepted by the other players to play on a team, to participate in the activity. And it is all skill levels, all age levels, all levels of ability. You'll see teens playing there, you'll see retirees, you'll see residents, you'll see grandparents playing with their grandchildren. This is not a handful of people. There's an app that we use to find out who's going to be playing on a particular day, and the Clark Road courts have 629 people on the app, and that's just the people who know about the app. There are hundreds of people who come through these courts, and contrary to some of the complaints that you've heard, it's set back pretty far from the street. We ride our bikes up. You can't even hear the pickleball play from the street. The parking is ample. We never see people parking on the streets. Everyone is very respectful, and it truly is a community. And I think the one thing that is most important is that this work is urgent. The cracks are deep and wide, and they are not just a nuisance anymore. They're becoming a liability. We don't want anyone to get hurt. If the amendment is for 4 courts, I think we should go with 4 courts and try to get this done as soon as possible. I want to thank you for your investment in this. I think the return is high and great to the community and also to the town of Narragansett. I actually brought some pictures that I will give to the the clerk, which shows the paddles lined up, shows the parking is adequate, and will show you the people waiting to play on any given day. This was a Sunday morning at 9:30 with about 40 people there, and I'm sure it was
Thank you.
after.
Sorry, we're just at time, so just want to wrap it up.
Sure.
And then it actually would be permitted if you drop the photos off over here. We'll have them passed around up here as well.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you mind just passing those up here, please? Thank you. Yes.
Russell Fiore, 14 Sweet Fern Trail in Narragansett. So we're talking about pickleball courts. I don't talk about these as pickleball courts. These are pickleball courts, but what they really are health and wellness facilities for our citizens, for our residents, and for our older population. There are a lot of younger people playing, but there are a lot of older people playing also. Let's not kid ourselves and say we need 4 courts. 4 courts are definitely not going to do it in Narragansett. We have a great active population. 4 courts are good for 24 people. You've got 4 people playing on each court, 16 people. You've got 2 people waiting per court. That makes 24, and that's a good number. That's not so bad. When you get 40 people waiting and playing on 4 courts, it doesn't work. I mean, Narragansett being the kind of community we are, this is really a terrible situation to not have the right amount of pickleball courts. So we really do need at least 6. You know, we went for 10 originally. Now we're down to 6. Now we're down to 4. 4 is not a good number, just so you guys know it. A couple of things I want to point out. I think the decibel level in the town is 65 decibels in the daytime and 55 at nighttime. Is that correct? Anyone know that? I don't think it's 45 or as a ceiling. I think it's 65 and 55. The difference in decibels between 4 courts and 6 courts, you got more people playing, are 2 decibels. A 2 decibel change is barely noticeable under steady listening conditions. You're not even going to know that other people are playing there. What are people doing now? They're putting up noise mitigation panels, and it's working. A lot of communities have them. I've spoken with different people, Sharon, Mass, Belmont Country Club in Massachusetts, Grand Prairie in Texas, Folly Beach in South Carolina, Smithfield, Rhode Island is going to do this also. And they all said positive things about diminishing noise. The noise panels drop the decibel level down by 10 decibels. 10 decibel drops is 50% reductions in noise. You need to do your own research on this, and I'm not a sound engineer, but you need to do your own research. But that's what everyone's saying, right? And that's what studies have shown. So it's really going to decrease. So I'm running out of time. The barriers are not soundproof. What they do is they mitigate sound and they muffle it. It doesn't mean that people aren't going to complain if we put these noise barriers up. The cost of doing this for 6 courts is $30,000 to $40,000, just so you know. It's not that cheap. We now have a chance to correct our pickleball court situation in Narragansett, so we would like you to vote the right way and install 6 new courts on Clark Road with noise mitigation panels. That's what we really need. Clark Road is a perfect, let me just say a couple more things.
Just make sure you get to the final
excuse me.
statement. Oh, you can wrap it up. I'm just letting you know that you're at time. That's
I'm
all.
okay. 6 courts is what we really need, and that's not really enough, but 6 courts we can take. If you decide this is not a good idea for Clark Road is really the best place to put these courts. It's a great location. It's not great for some people, as we've heard, but it's great for us pickleball players. But if you don't think this is a great idea, my suggestion, we brought it to some of you town council members before, is you could also use, and you've talked about it, use Cristofaro. So Cristofaro, that's footprint where they have the tennis courts and we have the lines for the pickleball courts. If you had to, and you can't use Clark Road, my feeling is that you could put 6 courts at Cristofaro, you would lose 2 tennis courts, and you put 6 pickleball courts. Or you could leave 3 tennis courts, put 6 pickleball courts if you went out another 36 feet towards Boston Neck Road.
Thank you. I need to be fair with everyone, that's all. I don't mean to cut you off, but...
No, I know I went too long, and I apologize.
No, I appreciate it.
Can I give
Yes.
something so you guys can take a look at it?
Yep. I would just ask that the same information just be passed up here as well. Thank you. Yes, in the back.
Hi, my name is Nancy Richards.
Hold on, sorry. I just want to make sure you get all your time in the microphone. Can you just pull, is it possible to pull that microphone down closer to you? It's a little hard. There you go. Thank
Nancy
you.
Richards. Yeah.
Perfect.
I've been a resident of Narragansett for 50 years, and some of the people who pay taxes and have donated, when I lived in my prior home, I benefited a lot of organizations. And I don't think that's a requirement for having a request for anything here. I did all sorts of tours, garden tours, house tours, etc., but who cares? I'm 82 years old. I've been playing at Clark Road, and as people before me have said, the 4 courts are just not enough. And obviously, the courts need to be done over because they're in poor condition. And as my daughter said before me, there is a net on the basketball court, and we use that now. So basically, we have 5 courts, but the basketball court is so horrible that nobody wants to play there because it's all lumps and bumps and extremely uneven. Anyway, the idea of going up to Cristofaro and having people have to drive, I've taken a poll of the people that play at Clark, and they're not liking that idea at all. So I really think we should stick with Clark Road. That's what we were trying to do for the past 4 or 5 years, and I hope you'll amend this previous motion and try to go for 6 courts, because 6 courts is basically 1 court more, and I think with all the new things coming out for sound mediation, I don't think it'll be a problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who hasn't spoken on this item who wishes to do so? Yes, sir. Oh, no, that's you. Yes. Come on down. Oh, did you already talk on this item? Oh, all right. Well, I apologize. So many people have spoken.
Well,
There's only one person.
I can understand how you get confused.
Yeah. Well, did you already speak on this item?
What's that?
Did you speak on this item yet?
No,
Okay.
no, not yet.
Thank you.
Not yet.
Just wanted to, there's been so many people speaking on this. Thank you.
So, you know.
Oh, and can you just please restate your name and address?
Okay.
Sorry.
Stephen Richards, 232 Willard Avenue, Wakefield. But I do own property in Narragansett, and I have lived in Narragansett for over 50 years.
Thank you.
So now that that's been established, and you know, and I've paid my fair share of taxes, and I've been a very active person in raising money for the city, for the town of Narragansett, the school system in Narragansett. So we've done our fair share. Okay. Now pickleball. I just want to make sure pickleball is the fastest growing sport. The facility at Clark Road is grossly overused. And the reason why it's grossly overused is because it's the place where people come to meet. This where people come. The people come from all over the country, and we see them all the time. And there's new people coming all the time. So last Sunday, there were 62 people who came to Clark Road to play on those 4 courts plus the basketball court, which is in horrible shape. It should be ripped up and gotten away with, and and fixed up again. That thing was $40,000 of wasted money when they fixed that basketball court. It's wasted money. That being said, you're going to have to rip up these courts, and you have to do them all over again. They talk about the seating area. The seating area, we don't need 1,200 feet of seating area, but people like this, we have 62 people. People like to sit down in chairs and do all that stuff, so we need maybe a couple hundred feet. The initial pickleball courts for 6 courts, the additional space for that is 1,150 square feet. It's not like taking up a mat. It's it's 17 feet outside the fence area now. 17 feet by 67 feet wide. The space is small. You are not building for the future, you're building for the current time. And you are not even meeting the current need. Taxpayers, people who come here for the summer, they own properties here. People come here for vacation. This is a horrible facility, overused, and this is a resort area. And you're not providing for the people who come here and provide for the people who are coming here to spend money. These are people who want to play pickleball and spend money in town. And you're cutting off business activities from doing this. So this is paying for itself. The $434,000, is more than enough to build the 6 pickleball courts, cut down the seating area to 500 square feet or whatever it is, and so the total additional area is about 600 square feet. It's about the size of this little area over here. That's all it is. And you're not servicing the people who are paying for you people to be on the council. There are tons of people who are here to pay your salaries who play pickleball. It's not fair to them. Your choice is because you don't know anything about pickleball until you play it. And it's because
Thank
you
you.
don't play it, you're making decisions about doing a forecourt, which is a very short-sighted idea.
Thank you. And I think that this council can share with a show of hands at least how many have played at least once or have seen pickleball play once. I've played in a league. I've played many, many times before all around the state.
And we don't get paid as much as you think.
And we definitely don't get paid anything that's worth talking about. But with that, I know it's been a long evening here. And again, I think there's been a lot of, and I am going to get to you. I just want to be mindful. Try to share something new that hasn't already been shared if possible. I think we've got more than enough feedback to have a consensus vote on this, but I'm not going to prevent anyone from coming up to speak during their time. So, gentlemen, I saw you next. And then I'll go to the gentleman behind him.
Is this on? Yeah. My name is Frank Ascoli. I live at 14 Jakes Way, across the street from the pickleball courts. I respectfully disagree with the folks that have said it's jammed, it's busting, there's no room. We drive by there more times than not. No one is playing. There's plenty of room if they spread it out. By the way, as I mentioned May 4th, I was here addressing the council. If you drive from the Towers to Clark Road, it's exactly 3 miles. If you drive from the Towers to the old Mountain Field, where they have 10 or 11 courts, it's exactly 2.6 miles, and they don't take ID to show what town you come from. They have great facilities. And noise is not an issue because it's a huge park. And that's the point. That's where pickleball should be situated, in a area not near residential houses. The density of, I did want to get one point in too, that the pickleball court density is very, very high, one of the highest in the states. In my survey, as I went around to neighboring towns within that 3-mile radius, there's at least 28 to 30 courts, not including the private courts that were mentioned before. But the issue, the real issue is noise. And where do you put a pickleball court so that everyone can be happy, the players and the residents that have to put up with it? The noise is pop, 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 pop. And it's a crescendo as there's more and more people playing. There's a chorus effect. You heard some engineering data about the decibel level. If you're sitting in your yard, as we used to do when they were tennis courts, you didn't hear anything from the tennis courts. You maybe heard an occasional racket on a tennis ball. But now, if you try to sit in your yard and you want to read, you want to sleep, you can't. It's pop, 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 non-stop while they're there. When they're gone, of course, it's wonderful. So the issue is noise and noise abatement and noise pollution. What do you do about that? I would ask you to consider National Association of Realtors. Many of you probably belong to that. Their data says that if you're trying to sell a home near a pickleball court, you may have to disclose the noise nuisance. And once you do that, your property value goes down by 10 to 20%. And who among you would accept that? a 10 to 20% decrease in your property value because a pickleball court is situated right next door to you. There has to be a compromise here. I like the idea of noise abatement. I would also consider Cristoforo Park. I think it's better situated. Why don't you take the tennis courts, move them back to Clark Road, and put the pickleball courts in Cristoforo? You got way more courts over there anyway. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Good evening, Tom Warren, 26 Jakes Way. I've written to all of you several times, May 3rd, for example, and then just recently over this past weekend. I think for sure we can all agree that pickleball is a healthy sport. I think we can all agree that it does bring social activities together. I think we can all agree that it's good for people to get together when you're older and work out to the capability that you can. I think we can agree on all those things. And I think that it doesn't all have to happen at Clark Road. It has to happen in other places as well. We talked about the Cristoforo this evening. There's also George C., just down the road, across the street from St. Mary's Church. There's 5 or 6 courts down there as well. So the issue isn't really the camaraderie that's built up. It's not, anti-old people or we want to get rid of pickleball. These are it's based on science. We heard about the decibels. It's based on public safety, parking. People can walk up and down the street. It's built on what the actual community there can absorb. Green space is a huge part of it. We have to, as someone else mentioned, we have to do what we can to preserve what scarce green space is left in this town. We're using it up for everything we can think of. You know, I drive by Old Mountain Field, there's cars parked on, I drive by Memorial Park, there's cars parked on the grass. We just seem to be sucking up all this green space for other purposes. We need to be more proactive about that. And taking in more space for pickleball courts is not going to be able to do that. The children that go to the summer camp, they play down in that area all summer long. All summer long they're down there. The Historical Society has all kinds of events planned, and for the purposes to promote the town. Just like people have been saying, pickleball promotes the town, Historical Society promotes the town, and they've made a huge investment in that property. The parking is really a big issue. It's parked to the maximum now when it's filled up between, say, 8 o'clock in the morning, 7:30 to noon. After that, there's plenty of places to park. But during that time frame, what you're going to have is you're going to have the Historical Society, the staff at the Recreation Department, the camp counselors, and the pickleball people all competing for the same spots. It's not a good recipe. It's not a good recipe for success. Lack of restrooms. I think that's a big problem. The more people you bring in, they may say it's just 2 more courts, but those 2 more courts take up square footage. Those 2 more courts bring more people. Those 2 more courts bring more parking issues. So I think that the plan that you should have is that you should fix the 4 courts that are there, make them safe, make them desirable, and leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, in the back. I assume, nope, yep, you haven't spoken yet. And keep me honest, there's been a lot of people here, so.
That's quite all right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the Town Council. My name is Laura Pisatoro. I'm a homeowner, taxpayer, and Rhode Island resident, proud spouse to Maria, who spoke earlier. As I understand what you are presently voting on, capital improvement has already been debated and approved at a prior meeting, so the money has been appropriated. But as explained by the town manager, it was the design that was put off to a later date, and this is the later date. So I came to the meeting understanding that that was the issue being debated tonight, not whether to support renovations, but which renovations to support. That was my understanding of the agenda item. Before hearing from the community tonight on which design, the agenda item, the motion is now narrowed. So now I understand it, that you have narrowed and removed the design choice, that the motion that you're debating, I think,
Sorry,
and I'm
just to
speaking
share for you, just a point of clarity.
Yeah.
The agenda item, since being, I did pause your time. It's been revised, and what's being considered now is the 4.
Yes.
But the council, if they so chose, could amend it again or vote down the other and go to 6. So nothing's off the table. I just want to make that
I
clear.
appreciate your saying that. Thank
So
you.
I'll continue your
Thank
time.
you. And I wasn't here when the matter was appropriated, but I think you said yourself, Mr. President, that it was richly debated, and the council received a lot of information, a lot of people came and testified, and the council voted to appropriate the money to make renovations at Clark Road for the pickleball courts, period. And so, in my mind, if this council does not approve some renovation, how do we, as taxpayers, as voters, rely on the certainty and integrity of a council decision if the substance can change at the very next meeting? And so I'm just raising that as a concern, not as a criticism, but as a concern for council members to consider as you debate among yourselves whether to go back to the original vote of which design, and should we improve these courts, and should we engage the greater community, or stick to the 4. But I didn't hear any new material information about either design before that narrowed. So my comments tonight are to ask you to please follow through on the approved appropriation for renovating an existing recreation area. Leave it to the experts to mitigate noise. They do it all the time. We have a very capable Parks and Recreation Department. I've been extremely impressed by them. I haven't heard facts on the noise level. I know everyone's offered conjecture, but I haven't heard any facts about whether or not the noise level when people play pickleball is in violation of some town ordinance. So I'm going to assume it's not. Otherwise, you'd probably have those facts. But everything else is conjecture, or maybe threats that there might be a lawsuit. But you know, the town council takes up votes all the time that may very well subject the town to lawsuits. You don't stop making decisions simply because of the possibility of a legal action.
Thank you. Just if you want to make one final statement.
Thank you so much. I
You're welcome.
appreciate that. So please don't go backwards. That's the short of it. Please stand by your prior appropriation, support this growing community that are enjoying a town-sponsored recreation area, and doing so respectfully. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. Just try not to do a double take here. I know a lot of people were here and a lot of people have left. And I don't even know how much time we've allocated to this, but is there anyone else here who has not spoken who wishes to do so? I'll assume, okay, we'll start with you and then we'll go to the gentleman in the back.
My name is Pancha Peterson, and I live on in a Clark Farm condo directly across from the pickleball courts. I doubt that anyone here has a better bird's eye view of the activity on the courts than I, because I walk my little dog 5 times every day to the street and along the grass. I can attest that the courts are busy in the mornings, sometimes with what look like organized events. At those times, there are many, many cars there, often overflowing the parking lot. Then, in the afternoon and early evening, there's complete quiet on the courts. Nobody playing. It is astounding to me that the players feel they need more courts. If they are overcrowded in the morning, why don't they have a sign-up sheet that covers the whole day? That is what clubs do to spread the playing times for golfing and tennis. The courts are there and they are virtually empty at afternoon. It seems frivolous and wasteful for our town to spend $500,000, the number's probably off, and take a field away from other community and sporting events. I think it is selfish and narrow-minded and would benefit a small group of individuals. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't know where he went. Oh, there you are. Gentleman in the back.
Hi, my name is Ira Siegel, and I live on 6 Walnut Street. I just wanted to address some of the issues that came up. I don't want to play, I shouldn't have to be able to play in Old Mountain Field. I should be able to play in Narragansett. And someone else said that there's more and more money that is spent on pickleball. I don't think that's true. The pickleball courts are really in awful shape. And I think the idea of a sound barrier is an excellent one, and I think that's something that really should be considered. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who hasn't spoken on this item who wishes to do so? Yes.
Hi, my name's Julie Collins. I live at 42 Bayberry Road. I'm a multi-sport athlete and took up pickleball about 4 years ago, started going to Clark, met more people in the last 4 years that I met in the last 20 years living in Narragansett. The point about the noise, we bought about a quarter mile from Bonnet Shores Beach, and I hear children screaming on the beach every day of the week, and I love the sound. They also have pickleball courts behind the beach club there, and I can't hear it. There's only a couple of courts, I believe, but I have friends that live up on West Quaig, and they're up on the hill overlooking the beach club, and they say that they can hear the sound. And then we had dinner there at their house last weekend, and there's a sound barrier up around the courts. And I said, what's that? And he goes, my friend said, it must be a sound barrier. And he goes, I used to be able to hear the ping, ping, ping all the time. And this summer I can't hear it. That's my point. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who wishes to speak who hasn't done so already? Speak now and forever hold your peace. Yes. I think there's now more people in here who have spoken than there are not, most definitely by this point. So we'll make T-shirts after. Hello.
Margaret Havicott, 68 Oak Hill Road. Been here for 9 years, taxpayer. Recently retired, loving the sport of pickleball. I just wanted to support the Clark Field use. I think it's unique in that the courts are really far back from the road. They're unique because it's surrounded by a very far wall, road. It has a lot of trees on the one side. It has a lot of trees behind it. And then, of course, it has the recreation center. So it's really the ideal situation for a rec center and the least amount of impact on people. You talked about George C. That's right on top of some of those people. They're right across the street from a bunch of people, and expanding them would be on top of those people again. I just wanted to make that point clear and make sure you're aware of that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes.
My name is Debbie Zarnacki, 11 Jakes Way. I think we've heard so much about pickleball that it's just unbelievable. 629 people on an app. That's a lot of people. I live across the street. There are a lot of people there. The cars are all over the place. You know, they say 8:30, but they start coming at 8. Some people come early in practice. When I get up in the morning, I can hear these balls going back and forth. It's a beautiful park. It's an absolutely beautiful park. I have 9 grandchildren. Twice they've gone over there to play basketball or tennis, and they were shooed away by pickleball people. There are not 4 courts. There are not 5 courts. There are 4 courts, and they've taken away one of the basketball court. I love hearing the soccer kids over there. The day camp, if you want to put money into it, you should put it into the day camp. It is ridiculous. Those kids are in the sun all the time. They have a hose that they're drinking water out of. They take, when it gets really hot, they go down that hill by the basketball court and use it as a water park. I think this is ridiculous that you should be even discussing this. And as far as the sound barriers are going to, it's a beautiful park. We're going to be sound barriers across the front of it. I don't, and I'm a taxpayer. I'm all for being community, but I don't think that it should be a park for a big party, like a tailgating party, because that's what it is sometimes. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who hasn't spoken who wishes to do so? Yes.
Missy Seymour, 68 Oak Hill Road. First of all, there's no tennis. We don't shoot anyone off the tennis courts. And we would never shoot kids off the basketball courts because we know how important that is. So that's ridiculous, and never once have I seen a tailgate party at Clark Road. People are respectful. If the Clark Road parking lot is a little overcrowded, people park up top, especially on the weekends where the Park and Rec building are. But as far as the noise barriers would be great. We play a couple hours every single morning. It's a wonderful community event. I invite people, you folks who maybe never played, I invite you to come play with us and see how it is and see how much fun it is and the community we've built and how we do our best to be respectful and would never chase a child, an adult, you know, even a child off the basketball courts. Because I was a basketball player. I'd give them a hard time if they chased someone off.
Thank you. Yes. Oh, yes.
Hi, my name is Monique Sock. I'm a resident at 15 Jakes Way. I'd like to just speak also as a pickleball player. My husband and I both play at the courts, and we live across the street. I think it is wonderful that Narragansett offers so much recreation for all of us, but I do think it is a town amenity and not a right to be able to play pickleball here. There are 4 courts. There are courts other places in town, and you should not expect that the court is always available to you. And as another one of my neighbors mentioned, a private club has a schedule. It is just not a right to expect that pickleball should be available to you whenever you want to play. The noise is a huge complaint for all of us in the neighborhood, and you're the people who are saying that it's not, they don't live there. We hear it all day long, and most of us bought our homes before they were pickleball courts. As another gentleman said, we did not choose to buy a house next to a pickleball court. And lastly, I do think that safety and traffic is a big issue. People are parking on the street. We walk our dogs there, our children are outside, and I don't think that all of the players are respectful of the traffic laws. And it's also coming in Clark Road from both ends, making a left-hand turn on 1A and 108 is not safe as it is, so more people at those courts would make it less safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Brady.
Mark Brady, oh, Jesus, Mary, sorry.
One second.
Is that better?
Are we getting a lot of feedback?
No, I don't know if it was where it was specific.
Oh, it's the fan?
Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
I vowed I wasn't going to speak, and I'm here. Sorry. Mark Brady, Sunken Meadow Road. Sunken Meadow. Fernleaf Trail. First of all, full disclosure. I probably will not be allowed home tonight. My wife is. I'm a pickleball widower, so just a couple of constructive things. One, it was mentioned that it may go back to 6. If it does, you're going to have another night tonight all over again. 2, it's been spoken to over and over again that the courts are congested in the morning but seem to taper out in the day. With the expense of this size, is there consideration to line it for other usage? So maybe basketball or tennis in the afternoons. So now you're spreading the cost over a larger group of people instead of just the pickleball community. 3, if you look,
My background is environmental and economic impact analysis. There are specific plantings that can work in conjunction with the soundproofing to basically deaden the sound. It's aesthetically appealing. You can do it around the courts. You can do it around any kind of grandstand area that you're putting in. But between the soundproofing and specific plantings, you can pretty much eliminate the noise. Just some thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who hasn't spoken who wishes to do so? We might publish a book after all this with testimony. So this was great feedback. Appreciate the dialogue. Good. All right. So with that, let's take a moment to unwind. There was a lot of information shared here this evening. A lot of questions asked. I don't know if I can get to all of them, but I will address at least points of reference that were brought up and notes that I wrote down. One being that any vote on a design, it's the design phase, 100%, backing with the full support that safety is always the #1 priority. You always have to look at the safety of any plan that's being considered. But then there were also issues that were shared regarding traffic and parking. I certainly know that parking everywhere in town is extremely limited. I thought that there was an interesting point that was brought up, because I actually had written it down before, was that when Wilson Park in North Kingstown put in their brand new state-of-the-art outdoor pickleball courts, there's 4, they regulate that with a sign-in sheet. And even though they do not have a problem with parking at Wilson Park, and they certainly could have put in a lot more pickleball courts at Wilson Park, they didn't. The town at that juncture approved 4, and it's worked very well. I've seen it work there. I've played on those courts. It was frustrating to do a sign-in, sign-out early on. They have, Parks and Rec Department over there, to my knowledge, regulates it. And if there's a league play, they reserve all the courts for that period of time. But as a result, the parking is regulated, the people are regulated. It's obviously some people want to come and watch, but that definitely helps in regards to accumulation of people, accumulation of cars that need to park to access these courts. There was also correct information shared by this council already that during budget season, we did receive ample feedback at that time from residents. And the consensus at that time was that we would keep the same footprint and support the maintenance of 4 pickleball courts here. Now, I want to be clear, while I still support that initiative, nobody on this council is bound to the time in which things are budgeted to, because more information comes out and is readily available. More facts come out about the project. It's okay to be able to have flexibility in the way in which you consider votes. And I'm just saying that for all elected officials moving forward, that have a sense of being a little bit more open-minded, I think is very warranted, and it's healthy by today's standards. But again, from where I'm coming from, again, I would say, and I've seen it because where I work, they also have pickleball courts. It's a huge wellness initiative. There is a big community aspect behind it. But when it comes to noise, there were a lot of new shrubs, bushes, trees that were planted around the facilities, which I think would add to the aesthetic of Clark Road in the area. It's already been stated by many people on both sides, it's a beautiful area. But I would support, adding more of those noise alleviating measures. If it was trees, bushes, if it was, the netting that goes around the courts. Mr. Brady referenced, I think there was something around like the perimeter, some science there. Again, I think these are all things that can be considered through the design part after the fact. And I support that this is a tremendously growing community, and 6 courts does sound like a really great idea. I think 4 here is the compromise, and I appreciate and empathetic to the fact that this project started a while back as 10. And I do understand there's a bit of frustration, and to be honest, I don't think there's going to be many people who are happy with a 4 final vote. Everyone's giving up something here. But when it comes to at least taking into consideration all the feedback that I've heard, it sounds like there are avenues forward here. I would support the 4 that we initially have since amended to look into, for the reason that I see it as a compromise. I would like to encourage the basketball court to remain being available as a basketball court, and I share that as somebody who has gone to tennis courts in other communities only to have it be overtaken by pickleball courts, and I don't see every waking hour. I don't live down there. It would just be, that's just my request. And my request also to the Recreational Department, Parks and Rec Department, if there was a way to regulate or reserve the pickleball courts down there, I think that's an initiative that we could look into, just to better regulate it down there. And again, this is a compromise here. I do not want it to be perceived that I don't support pickleball players or the sport of pickleball. I celebrated with the idea of the fact that it is the fastest growing sport in this country, and you know, me and I think most of the council here have played in leagues and still play aggressively in leagues, but I just wanted to share that feedback just based on everything that was shared this evening with passion on both sides, and I do appreciate all of the feedback that the council and the town has received. Looking down both ways, I'm sure there's been a lot of information shared. Do you guys have anything else that you'd like to add or final thoughts?
I think the word passion is what I felt most on. We have definite passionate pickleball players. I also believe that 4 courts is the compromise, and I think it's really important, as President Menzies said, the safety of the people playing pickleball. I think we should and need to support the 4 courts, do everything we can to get those renovated or reconstructed as quickly as possible so that we could eliminate the cracks. I think people deserve the right to play on a pickleball court that is safe. And although I honestly don't play pickleball, I don't know the right terminology, but I believe that you have the right to be there and play on courts that are up to date or up to whatever they need to be up to, and I support that 100%.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Can I just
Good.
jump in?
Mr. President, could you do a motion to extend? We kind of went over. Motion to extend.
Oh, I thought we do that at 11. No?
10.
Okay, motion to extend the meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Back to Councilor Collins.
Okay, I just wanted to reaffirm here that this is a complete redesign of these 4 courts. It is not just patching them or anything like that. That's why the next agenda item is on here, because we have to pass the next agenda item to redesign the 4 courts. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, it's also well, we'll get to it when we get to that. But for the sake of voting on this, though, it needs to happen by it being defined in H2 as a requirement, that if there is going to be any playing to be continued regardless of what happens, item H2 would need to be approved in order for any sense of playing to continue on that court. Is that correct?
No, any type of construction at the site would require that.
Okay. Thank you.
I disagree that 4 courts is the compromise. I think it should be 6 still.
Again, just looking at the diagram here, the amount that would be built for 6 is very, very little. It's 17 by 67 feet. 17 feet isn't all that much. That's like 3 of me laid end to end to end. It's great that the courts would be reconstructed, even if it goes to 4. That's great, but you're only addressing the need at hand. And from what I hear and from what I see, and I've played there, we're not meeting the need. 6, I think, would meet that need. The population that wants to play and can play. If you look at the pictures that that were given to us during the public speaking section, you can see that people are set up with beach chairs and such all along the courts. I think that's a direct result of not having adequate seating area outside of the courts. Redesigning it to include the 6 courts as well as the seating area could take people and equipment that shouldn't be on the courts, which may lead to decreased life of the courts. So I don't think we're going to go back to 6, but want to say my piece.
Thank you, and due to Councilor McNally's untimely exit, we're going to put a brief pause before the vote for her to get back here. So we'll take a 5-minute recess, and then we'll take a vote. Alrighty, welcome back, everyone. Thank you for the brief recess. Council's back in session. And we just deliberated at great length the dialogue and took into consideration the feedback from the many residents who spoke either in favor or against or some compromise regarding this initiative. Any final thoughts from the council who you guys may not have gotten to yet? All right, seeing none, and the amended motion on the table is for 4 courts for the design. And I would ask that in that, is there a consensus built on the requirement of making, like putting in the noise, anything that would mitigate the noise? Yes. Good consensus? Okay. Just as a consensus for the direction for the vote. This is just the design aspect for the courts, but I just want to make it clear that we're in a consensus on the noise. Okay. With that, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes 4-1. Thank you all for being here, and we'll continue on with the rest of the meeting. Is item H2, is there a motion to approve design and permitting services from Beta Group, Inc. for a stormwater management plan, BMP, for renovations to the pickleball courts at 170 Clark Road, Narragansett, Rhode Island, in the amount of $28,180.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Discussion.
I just hope that if we can confirm that since it's not an expansion, it's still needed.
Of course, we'll
Thank you.
we'll go through all that. Thank you.
Yes, if it's not needed as a result of not doing an expansion, do we have to put it in a stipulation not to spend the money?
No.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else on the council? Anyone from the public? Yes.
Attorney Kevin Keenan on behalf of Brett Williams. I would just like to state for the record that with the amendment of the motion, I do think more research needs to be done because the current design that is approved is going to need to be reworked for the 4 courts. It's not just as simple as pulling 2 courts out. When you look at the design attached to the prior motion that was approved, the courts are being moved up and there's additional square footage being reworked. So there's going to need to be more design, research, development, and a proposal, at which point it may or may not need this other budgeting to be done. So I think there is still more work to be done, and I think it should be considered holistically in that, not just simply plug and play. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Dr. Alba.
Yes, Dr. Al Alba, 24 Eagles Nest Terrace. So like I said, I support recreational activities, but then again, we also have to be empathetic to the families and the residents that live in that area in regards to sound. So on that note, I hope that they put on the drawing board sound mitigation and include that in any way, shrubs, if they have any kind of barriers. I know Boone Street Market was looking at some kind of sound barriers to contain the sounds. But if these people have to live there, let's try to have it so that they're going to be in peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. This is again for the stormwater management plan renovations to the courts. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. On to item H3, is there a motion to approve an amendment to the residential lease agreement as per attached for the caretaker's residence at 95E Middlebridge Road from a 5-year term to a 15-year term beginning August 1st, 2026 through July 31st, 2041.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Anyone on the council have any questions or comments on this?
I just have one quick question. Sorry, guys. I'm just curious, like, what's the advantage of going to 15 years versus 5?
Can I just, can I
Oh, I was asking Jim, but
Oh,
I guess
I'm
if
sorry.
you can answer it.
Well, I just think I just think it's giving them a comfort level of living in the home. They take care of that property all the time. It's a great service they do for us. I just think it assures them they're going to be there for a while.
I'm glad you asked that, though.
I
Don.
questioned it too. I guess maybe staff figured that I was fair. I was there, I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks ago with my wife. We went paddleboarding. We parked our car. The place is very well taken care of, except for the buildings. The lawns are cut, bushes are trimmed, there's no litter, it's good signage. And, yeah, so whatever's going on down there is good, and we're not paying for it. So, and it looks like the house that the people have to take care of themselves is in good shape. I didn't go really close, but it looked like it was in good shape, so. They're family to the people that actually used to own it. So I think they have this like kind of, history there that is working out well. So I'm not against the term.
No, I was just curious, like, why you just, 15 years, not 5 years, with renewal, 5 years. I was just curious.
They have been there for 15 years, and they've done a fantastic job with it. And yes, they do have a connection to it, Jim, like you said, and I think that's probably part of the passion of them maintaining it the way that they do.
How old are they?
Oh.
Oh, that's you guys. Okay. Oh, you look young.
Oh, thank you for sticking around.
I'm actually 54.
My apologies. I've been told I talk a lot.
Good job.
One of the reasons we wanted a little bit more longevity is we want to put in like a central air conditioning system on our dime, do a little bit of upgrades to it, and to sink out $4,000, $5,000, $6,000, $10,000. We were looking for a little bit longer lease than 5 years. That was the only reason.
Thank you. I was just curious, like, age-wise, and 15 years just sounded like such a long time to me,
Yeah.
so, thank you.
Thank you.
Real quick, how long have you guys been there currently?
I've been there my entire life for 54 years now. So I grew up there. My parents both worked, so I got dropped off there during the day, and it was just a passion of mine to take care of the place, and that's why I'm still there. So
wonderful.
Yeah,
Thank you for your service.
And I've been helping him maintain the property for the last 30 years, so
Excellent.
pretty much all I know.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for your service, and appreciate you coming up with that feedback. Any other questions on the council? Anyone from the public? Dr. Alba.
Yeah, so Al Alba, 24 Eagles Nest Terrace. I live close by, and the grounds are impeccable. They're beautiful, so thank you for maintaining. On that note, I think we're doing a disservice. I don't know why, for years, the exterior of those buildings are in a state, and even in the interior. I think, we're spending money on pickleball courts. We should be spending some good money on refurbishing those properties by painting them. It's going to be at a point of no return, and we're going to have to knock them down, which to me is a shame. I just don't understand why we're not having Keith Lescarbot or someone else get over there and clean that siding up and make it look beautiful. And maybe we can use those. I know it was up for rent. It was up for lease for a restaurant. I mean, who's gonna want to take out that in the conditions those properties are in? But these people got to look at that. It's not fair for them as well. The grounds, like Mr. Durkin said, are beautiful, but the buildings, on the other hand, are not. So we should definitely appropriate monies for that and build those buildings up so they can be used, so they can be leased out, and we can make some money. But the way it is now, it's going to cost us a ton of money if they're in disrepair. And once they're gone, because it might be deemed wetlands or whatever, the cost to, it just doesn't make sense to me. So why don't you put that on the budget for next time around? I don't know why we've let it go so long. Just doesn't make sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Celebrato?
Catherine Celebrato, 48 Earls Court. You do know that we purchased this property from the Eddy family, correct? You do know that. We have spent a lot of money down there on the caretaker's cottage. I think it used to flood, but I think everything down there floods. And I'm just wondering exactly what his duties are. There are so many buildings down there. There's that huge Quonset hut. You know, the girls have their rowing equipment in one of the buildings. There's 3 of them that need a paint job really bad. As far as that yellow building in the front, that thing has flooded so many times. I don't know how they're gonna have a restaurant there. So I'm just wondering exactly what his duties are. How many of these buildings he has to take care of? Or is it just the grounds, or you know, and does he get a salary also? Is that how this works? And I want to say one other thing. Jill Lawler was the agent for the Eddy family, and to make the numbers work, she gave up her commission. She gave up her commission, $40,000, and I don't think people, you know, have given her enough credit for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Oops. Yes, Mr. Friday.
Good evening, council members. Rupert Friday, 113 Montauk Road. I have some concerns and questions about the proposed lease, and to be clear, my concerns are not with the tenants. By all accounts, the Eddies have been outstanding tenants and outstanding stewards of the town's Middlebridge property since the town purchased it. The town could not have better stewards. The council's considering a 15-year lease, and to say the least, 15-year lease is unusual for a single-family house, especially in Narragansett. Our town has a housing affordability problem because most leases in town are for less than a year. It would be wonderful if the town had more leases that were leased for at least a full year or for 5 years with provision for extending for an additional term. However, since the 15-year lease ties the hands of the next 7 or 8 councils, it's in the interest of both the tenants and the town that the lease be well drafted and that expectations are clear for both parties. I believe the lease needs better legal drafting to clean it up. First, Section 2, the fair market rental value of $1,729 per month stated in the lease is just absurd. It's absurd for a 2-bedroom house anywhere in Narragansett, let alone a very picturesque waterfront property. Second, the lease refers in multiple places to the receipt of rent from the tenant, even though it states there is no rent. This looks like cookie cutter drafting and refers to receipt of rent from a tenant should be, and references to the receipt of rent from the tenant should be removed. Third, Section 8, maintenance of the premises. The lease is silent on the tenant's responsibility for maintenance of the IDSD for the house, even though this is referenced in Ms. Crenshaw's cover memo about this agreement. This reference should be added. And then the last thing I want to bring up is the lease talks about damage of the house by flood. It states that the town's discretion to repair or replace the structure, but it's silent on the damage of the house by fire or wind. 1-year leases typically don't address this damage of a house by fire or wind. I suggest in a 15-year lease, it's prudent to do that. Is the town required to rebuild the house if there's a fire or if it's damaged extensively by a hurricane or nor'easter? With that, I suggest that the lease be revised to clean up the language before it's signed. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Friday, would you mind just answering a quick question?
Sure.
You are on the Land Conservancy Trust, right?
I'm not.
You're not? Okay. Thank you. I just had a question on that regard.
Yep.
Thank you. Mr. Brady.
Mark Brady, Fernleaf Trail. I think caretaker and tenant is a misjustice in describing this couple. They are guardians with a family history attached to this land that goes back longer than any of us. 15 years is an investment in stability and unparalleled guardianship by this couple that will return to this town tenfold. I urge you to approve this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Not that there's a lot, a lot of people here left. Oh, well, thank you for clapping anyway. I appreciate the feedback that was given. I had the same concerns as Councilor Vignali. Those questions were answered. My question for Mr. Callahan regarding the legal language in this contract, do you have any reservations or concerns in the way in which it's presented here?
I think the points raised are pretty pertinent. I don't know if this is a copy of the prior lease, because this was never something that my office reviewed, so we can take a look at it and talk to the Eddies and work it out, I think.
Yeah, so my recommendation, based on the feedback, is it's not that we wouldn't move forward with this. Again, this is my proposal. You don't have to agree with it. Would be to continue this motion so that legal has an opportunity to take into consideration some of the important feedback that was provided this evening, and then put this on the next agenda for a final vote. Would that make sense to you, or?
I think you could probably just approve it conditionally. I can work with the Eddies, the town manager, Parks and Rec, and come up with some language that works. It wouldn't be changed substantively, it would just be changed in terms of few paragraphs, I think.
Okay. Well, I would support tightening up the language, cleaning up the language, not allow it to be cookie cutter. We'll move forward with the conditions shared here, but definitely want to work to improve the language. Anyone else? Final thoughts? Nope.
I think we can move it along and trust the attorney to clean up the language.
Thank you. I would also add that when I had reservations, it was also shared with me that the Narragansett Land Conservancy Trust voted to approve this. In the way it's written, I do agree that the language should be tightened up and cleaned up by our solicitor. Any final thoughts? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. And thank you for your service to this town. Moving on to item H4. Is there a motion to approve the purchase and installation of new playground structures for Dominic Cristofaro Playground Phase 2 renovations from M.E. O'Brien and Sons, Inc. in the amount of $147,120. Oh boy, I lost it there. In the amount of $147,127.40.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. So I'm going to pass this over to Councilor Colonies, who is particularly passionate about this project as we've heard about it throughout the budget process. So I'd love to hear, as well as you're the liaison to the Recreational Advisory Committee.
So this is not exactly what I wanted for Phase 2, but I have been some assurances that Phase 3 will continue the process and get us some larger structures in there, but these structures are adequate for what's going on, and I've seen some of these structures at other playgrounds now. I've been going and visiting them at other playgrounds, and they're fun, and the kids have a good time on them. So I'm comfortable with Phase 2, very much so.
Ms. Kershaw, I was wondering if you wouldn't mind just answering a couple of questions on this, if you don't mind, or Mr. Tierney. I don't want you to have to get up. Mine was more along the lines of, when I was on the school committee, we approved playground equipment, and it had to meet certain requirements for, to be like adequate for school-aged children. Was there some sort of a vetting process that was done for this specific equipment that's in Phase 2? I will also add that I got a little vertigo just looking at the equipment. There is a lot of spinners and spinny equipment. And having grown up on on similar equipment. I was just a little surprised by the variety in Phase 2, and I know it's important to address that this is Phase 2. Phase 1's already complete. So this is adding on to already a really successful project that's begun. But I'm just curious if there's any additional context for Phase 2.
The equipment is age appropriate, ADA accessible when required, and it meets the industry standards, which is tested for safety. And that's required in the scope, and it's in the documents.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments on this from the council?
I just, what Councilman Colony said, so this is all geared really for younger children. Is there plans in Phase 3 for older children equipment, for kids that are like 7 or 8 years old? Or even 9 or 10?
Good evening. So if you remember, Phase 1, the summit structure was the large peak structure for the age appropriate of 5 to 12. So that's that particular structure. I'm not sure if you've seen it yet, but that's the big summit structure, the big climbing structure. Yep. And then, so we usually try to do, which each phase is one structure for the older kids, one larger structure for the little kids, and then a lot of things in the middle. So if you look at the information provided, we have this new curve spinner thing that's definitely going to cause kids to probably get sick,
Yeah.
but that's the fun of those kinds of structures. So, so right now, we always try to do a blend. All right, what are we going to give the big kids and what are we going to give the little kids? So I think after Phase 2, we'll do a real good assessment of how much space we have left in the park to see exactly what additional structures we can accommodate for that area.
Okay, so as of right now, Phase 3 equipment has not been chosen.
Phase 3, no. No,
Okay.
we felt we'd wait till the completion of Phase 2, take a look at
See
the
if it
park
looks
as a
like
whole
altogether.
to see
Perfect.
how much space we have and then go from there.
Perfect, thank you.
You're welcome.
When it comes to the like shade item that they have here, is that a permanent fixture or is that something that gets taken down?
Nope,
back
that'll
up?
be a permanent fixture.
Interesting.
And that was actually a request from some of the parents that use the park, because currently there is no shade structures at all at the park.
Really good feedback, actually. And can you just clarify the surface that's being poured on there? Is that like a spongier surface or is that concrete?
Well, that's probably going to be Phase 3.
Oh, that's Phase 3, I'm
right,
sorry.
That's called a poured in place. So that is that spongy material that you see like at Wilson Park.
Out of curiosity, sorry, last question. Why does the surfacing come in Phase 3? Doesn't it make sense to start with the surface and then put the equipment on it?
Well, everything is cemented into the ground. So we use the wood fiber carpet, so we just move that out of the way, we cement the objects in, and then we replace it with the wood fiber carpet. And that is playground certified as the right surface material, 12 feet deep, to be used for playgrounds. The minor issue with poured in place is it's very expensive. So that most probably will be, if we do that in Phase 3, that'll be what we do for Phase 3 with maybe one other structure.
Thank you. That makes sense. When you put the dollars and cents together, that makes sense why it's now in Phase 3.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, and I appreciate you answering our questions and presenting
You're
this with
welcome.
us,
You're
and all the research and advocacy from the Recreational Advisory Committee. Thank you. Ms. Celebrato.
Catherine Celebrato, 48 O's Court. I'm just wondering when Phase 2 for Boone Street Playground is going to happen. Now, I did see a list, I think 3 years from now. That's absurd. We've got one dinky little structure there. That dinosaur, which I think is like about 50 years old, some swings, and I don't know, a seesaw. How old is that seesaw? You probably played on that seesaw, Jim. You know, it's absurd. It's completely neglected. There's some old benches there, and you know, there actually are kids that live in the pier, believe it or not. We've got 5 just down my street, 2 around the corner. So, you know, I just don't understand the total neglect of that. And let me tell you, when that structure was built, that dinky little structure, there was supposed to be a big butterfly on the top. She took it off because she was going to save $25,000. This is nuts. They're spending, you know, I think you spend, I don't even know how much on a playground at Pettisquamsett. Do any kids live in Pettisquamsett anymore? I mean, it's just all... And I know, I guess we have to have all of this spongy surface and all that other stuff. I don't know. I think I played on a cement surface when I was a kid, and I don't remember a shade area for the parents because my parents never came to any playground with me. So I'm just wondering, you know, what we're doing with these kids. I mean, we're just, you know, we've got to, you know, toughen them up here. I just think we're just going too far with all of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Dr. Alba.
Dr. Al Alba, 24 Eagles Nest Terrace. So, for the last town council, I went to basically all the state-of-the-art playgrounds. The state-of-the-art playground in North Kingstown, there's one in Jamestown, and there's one in Portsmouth. I believe I might have shared that information with you, Michelle. In any event, a lot of these cities and towns, I know Portsmouth, but what Portsmouth did is they did fundraising. In Newport, Rhode Island, they have a skate park, a beautiful skate park, a huge skate park, much huger than the one that's proposed in Narragansett. They got it through fundraising. So, you know, I know, you know, we were all paying taxes, and I know we have several small playgrounds, but Narragansett's not that big. And I would, you know, the Sprague Park, that's pretty centrally located. I know there's one on Boone Street, and I know there's one in Cristofaro. And I believe we have another one somewhere else, too, I think on 108. But the point is, it'd be nice to have a beautiful, you know, state-of-the-art, you know, instead of having scattered about 4 different parks. When I went to the park in North Kingstown and in Jamestown, I saw families there from Narragansett because they were so beautiful. They said these parks are so much nicer than the ones we have in Narragansett. In North Kingstown, they have the splash pad, you know, and it's just the state of the art. And like I said, you know, and we could look into fundraising too. Like I said, we could contact the people from Portsmouth and see how they did it. We could go to Newport and see how they got the funding for that state-of-the-art skateboard park, which is, you know, it's actually certified, I guess, is you know, one of the best in the country. And then it didn't cost the taxpayers a dime. They got it all by fundraising. So this is what I wanted to share with you, you know, and you know, I don't know if Michelle ever gave this some thought. She's being the director, but it's just a consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. I think it's great feedback for phase 3. I know there's a lot of phases for this playground project. This is only phase 2. I do know that Dr. Alba has been very passionate about the splash pad as well, and you know, you go into a city, you're always excited anytime you see a splash pad. So I think that would be a really cool item to have, make this like even more state of the art. But I also think grants, fundraising, all tremendous ideas, necessary things to have. I do know that that was advocated for with the skate park as well. So if there's any opportunities for fundraising moving forward for the remaining phases of the playground, certainly would have my support as well. Any final thoughts? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. On to item H5. Is there a motion to approve the cost for concept design services from American Ramp Company, Inc. for a skate park at Dominic Cristofaro Park in the amount of $14,500.00, utilizing the Sourcewell contract?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion.
I've been waiting for this for a long time, so I'm super happy it's here. Thank you for getting it on here. I look forward to the design, and I look forward to the construction of a new skate park.
And while this is the design aspect of it, what would be the expected timeline for putting together a concept design?
We'll contact the vendor as soon as it's awarded and
Okay.
let us know what he needs and what his availability is to progress.
Alrighty. Thank you. Anyone else have any comments on this from the council?
I just think that investing in our children and investing in our parks and skate parks is really a way to build strong communities and help bring families to Narragansett. And I think this is a great move, and I'm excited about it. And if we have to fundraise, maybe we could fundraise for the skate park.
Jim, you probably don't, I don't even know if you can answer this, but out of curiosity, do we have any surveillance or town cameras on the upper side of Cristofaro where the proposed skate park would be? Just curious.
We can talk about that later.
Okay, we can talk about that after. I know you can't really say anything for security reasons, but I'd be interested because I don't want, again, new playground equipment or new skate park equipment to come in and then get immediately vandalized. So I'm just wanting, while, you know, I'm not advocating for cameras to be added literally everywhere, I just want to make sure that we are taking care of the investment, that's all. Yes, Ms. Celebrato.
Catherine Celebrato, 48 Earls Court. I just think appropriating money for that, this is going to give the parents false hope. There's absolutely no money whatsoever for this, okay? Michelle put in a grant request with DEM, one of those recreational grant things, and they said no, 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 no. Just like they said no to the pickleball twice, okay? You know, there is money out there, but we have to make reasonable requests. We can't be asking for things that we can't, you know, we really can't ask DEM for money. I know when they get these proposals from us, $400,000 for pickleball, twice we did that, okay? And then the skate park thing, you know, they only have a certain pool of money, and they're looking at us like, good grief. You know, Central Falls, these playgrounds, and these people want pickleball courts or skate. I mean, really, you know? But anyway, we need a grant writer, okay? We need a full-time grant writer. Somebody who's going to go out there and bang the bushes for money, because there absolutely is money, and we know this because the fire department is always scrounging up money from someplace, okay? So we know there's money out there. Plus, again, the state has money. All those community development block grants, we don't apply for any of them. It's absurd. There's money right now that we could be applying for, and we're not doing it. We just have to, you know, look outward for this money. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Alba?
Yes, Dr. Al Alba, 24 Eagles Nest Terrace. And I know a lot of times for some of these other projects, like the skateboard, you know, a lot of times this hour, I mean, you have a lot of adults here for the pickleball. I call them the pickleball posse. I mean, they're here to advocate, right? Because they're older, they don't have children, so they can show up. But, you know, the thing is, when you originally put forth this motion for the skateboard park, you said, well, we're going to give a certain amount and they're going to raise the other amount. But for the pickleball, we're paying for the whole thing, the whole kit and caboodle. So I think we should be fair, just because we don't have those parents because they can't make it here because they're with their children, but they're the ones who are going to have to raise the extra monies, from what I understood, but we're paying for 100% for the pickleball courts. So, you know, everyone, like I said, should do their, you know, if they love pickleball the way they were advocating it for, you know, they can be creative and find ways of maybe going around to the people who have short-term rentals and say, hey, you want to give $2,000, $3,000 to support this because it's going to help market your short-term rental, you know, instead of having the burden on taxpayers. So this is a consideration. You know, we have to look at, you know, what other cities and towns, like I said, Portsmouth, they paid for that beautiful, beautiful playground, 100% was fundraising. In the skateboard park in Newport, same thing. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. On to our Public Works Department, item I-1. Is there a motion to approve the upfit services for the Highway Division's replacement truck number 17 to be provided by Viking Scythes USA in the amount of $70,317.00 pursuant to the Sourcewell contract?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Any questions or comments on this item from the Public Works? I think it's self-explanatory. Anyone from the public? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. On to item I-2. Is there a motion to approve the services for pavement preservation processes? Say that 3 times fast. Crack seal, chip seal, and penetrating service treatments for public works from Indus, All States Asphalt, and Felix A. Marino Company, Inc. at their quoted unit prices and hourly rates utilizing the Town of Situate, Rhode Island contract.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Anyone from the council have any questions or comments on this? Anyone from the public? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. On to item I-3. Is there a motion to approve, ratify, and confirm change order number 6 with Martone Service Company, Inc. for the Town Hall front entrance refurbishment project in the amount of $10,889.86?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Anyone from the council have any questions or comments on this item? Anyone from the public? Yes, Ms. Celebrato.
This is number 10 change order for Martone. I want somebody to add up all the change orders and see if they come to more than the highest bidder, okay? Because this is, again, this is an old game. You bid low, and then you keep adding change orders. This is change order number 10. My husband and I have built at least 5 houses, We hired a contractor. We told them what we wanted, they gave us the number. Never had a contractor come to us and say, oh, I need 10% more or whatever. Never happened. This is a business. This guy's been in business forever. He can't estimate a job. It just doesn't make any sense to me. This is 10, number 10. I wouldn't mind if it was 1 or 2. I didn't like those either, but 10?
Thank you. I believe the agenda item said it was change order number 6, but maybe that's all right. Thank you. Dr. Alba?
No.
So Mrs. Celebrato brought out a good point. I know Keith Lescarbot of APCOR, he never once had a change order for all of his years working for Narragansett. One time he was denied a bid because he wasn't the lowest bidder, and the previous town council awarded to someone else, and there were like about 8 change orders, making it much higher. So this has to be a consideration. When someone puts forth a bid for the town, if we can have the contractor say there will be no change orders, this is it, rock bottom. And therefore, if it's a little bit higher than someone else and they're not going to give you that guarantee, well, let's go with that gentleman who's going to say, that contractor is going to say no change orders. Let's lock it in. So that's a very good point. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. On to the Engineering Department, item J1. Is there a motion to approve the recommendations of the Sewer Policy Committee and approve a waiver relative to sewer policy sections 2D, 7A, 7F, and 7H to the plat NG Lot 352, 45 Inkberry Trail, proposed subdivision?
Second.
Discussion. This item comes straight from the Sewer Policy Committee with recommendation for approval. Does anyone have any comments on this? Dr. Alba.
So this is what you all created. This is what you've all done. You had Dr. Brady, you gave him the amendments, 14 of them, they were removed. One of them was about unmerging previously merged lots. So now we have a house, one house that was on this one lot, now it becomes unmerged, and now we're going to have two, and with the increase in the FAR, you can have a double-decker, triple-decker on both lots. So we have a water crisis, a water supply issue, like I said earlier today, concerns about our carrying capacity. We have a wastewater treatment center. We have a landfill, which has a limited amount of land once that gets filled. All of these are issues which have been created, unfortunately, by this town council. And I just don't get it. So now we're going to allow this individual who unmerged their lots, now they're going to be able to have two houses. With the increase in the FAR, it could be a double-decker or a triple-decker with 5 bedrooms in each level. It could be a tenement. I mean, and people will be using this for investment. So we have seniors who come up to me in my development. I have a neighbor, he's a single man by himself, okay, and they can't water their lawns. They can't water their gardens with the sprinkler. But we've had the unmerging of lots, and now we're going to be approving the tying in of sewers for 2 of these properties. It just doesn't make sense.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Friday.
Good evening, Council. Rupert Friday, 113 Montauk Road. I'm not speaking to the specifics of either of the projects proposed tonight, but generally to sewer policy. And both sewer policy waivers tonight are adding sewage to the town's north end sewer system forever. And every year the town is using more than our allocated capacity from the regional wastewater treatment plant. Every year we rent capacity from URI to meet our excessive wastewater treatment needs. And every new connection to the sewer and every waiver to the sewer policy increases our excess demand. One extension here, one extension there adds up. The cumulative impact is significant. There's a legitimate reason why many years ago the town adopted a sewer policy and established a sewer policy committee. It seems like this current sewer policy committee never sees a request for adding another house or houses to the sewer system that does not approve. If we're not going to take the management of our sewer capacity seriously, and we're going to approve every request for new additions to the sewer lines, then why bother? Perhaps the town should stop pretending that we're managing our sewer capacity and just disband the sewer policy committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Celebrito.
Okay. I'm totally opposed to this. Again, I want to remind you that all the state zoning changes were made under the pretense that they were going to add affordable housing. This one and the next one, I'm going to talk on both of them at once, whether I can or not. They're not going to add any affordable housing. The other one is Patrick Murray's brother. This has been around a long time, believe me, that subdivision, but he couldn't perk the lots. So now he's got a favorable town council. He's going to get 2 more hookups. Again, these 3 houses that are going to be built probably, none of them are going to be affordable. None, I'll take you all to Spain if any of them are affordable, okay? It's not going to happen. And you're not supposed to be approving these hookups unless it is to add affordable units. Okay, that's my say. I hate to keep repeating myself, but it seems like I'm going to have to every time you approve another hookup. And I guess my tone was number 6. That was number 6 change order. But the project isn't done yet. And I'm predicting we're going to get to 10. Bye.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. On to item J2. Is there a motion to approve the recommendations of the Sewer Policy Committee and approve a waiver relative to Sewer Policy Sections 2D, 7A, 7F, and 7H to the plat NK Lot 315, 101 Riverdale Drive, proposed subdivision?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Any additional comments from the council? Anyone from the public? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Thank you for the remaining audience in attendance for your patience. With, sorry, what? Oh, you don't. Yeah, do you want to, you can comment, we already took a vote on it.
No, his wife said not to say.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Item K1, is there, from the IT department, is there a motion to approve the annual renewal of Office 365 Cloud Email and Office with Zones LLC in the total amount of $73,248.00?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Anyone from the council have comments on this? And there's no one left in the public here. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Wait. So, no, I know you can vote no. I just want to make sure that so you said no on this, correct? All right. Motion passes 4-1. That was Councilor Torialde who voted nay. Thank you. It's caught me off guard. Just want to make sure that's sound. From the town clerk, item L1, is there a motion to approve a victualler license application for Roadrunner Pizza Company, LLC, DBA Roadrunner Pizza Company, located at 1 Angel Road, Narragansett, Rhode Island, subject to state and local regulations?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Item L2, is there a motion to reappoint an individual to the Towers Committee as a representative from the Narragansett Historical Society for a 3-year term expiring on August 1st, 2029?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. I believe there's an individual
Move
here.
to reappoint Terry Quinn.
Second.
Terry Quinn. Excellent. There's a first and second. Any discussion? Rationale?
Serves admirably on the committee.
Excellent.
A lot of help.
And tremendous service to the town. And nobody from the public? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Did you get that? Okay. And then item L3, is there a motion to modify the term expiration dates for the Board of Canvasser members as follows? Philip Cody, March 5th, 2029. Catherine Homan, March 3rd, March 3rd, 2031. Melissa Crawford, March 7th, 2033. Nancy Kliniewski, March 3rd, 2031. And David Matrullo, March 3rd, 2031.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Is there a motion to adjourn out into hopefully some cooler weather at 11:28 p.m.?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Have a great night.